Da, 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 da. Crazy. But hold on, now my chat's not showing up. OBS, why? Actually, this isn't OBS's fault this time. Well, so far. Of course. Maybe I need an update on this. Anyway. Oh, all up to date. So it's just not behaving. Can you hear music? Can you hear music or just my voice? One more bridge on this. Do you want the top, middle, or bottom on this? Still no music? Okay, that's insane. So 1 second. Absolutely crazy. Hello. Any music now? Hello. Any music now? Of course not. Okay. Well, of course, Kenzo, listen. With the information that I had available to me, Umineko. Use it. Nope. Um, wait, you hear stuff now? What are you talking about? You hear stuff now? What are you talking about? Nope. Of course it's not gonna. Of course, why would it do that? Hmm. Okay, so not that. Um, window capture maybe? Umineko. Except, what if? Yes, but I don't want it there. So I'm gonna do that, but then I'm gonna put it, and then I'm gonna put it all the way to the back. Yes. Can you hear now though? Yeah, hell yeah, we did it. Okay, and also, watch. How fucking cool is that? I don't know if it'll do it while we're in game, but that is pretty sick to not have to like switch screens. If I can do this while not being physically in OBS, so cool. Okay, now I just want to make sure that you guys can also hear the music in the BRB. Okay, so now you should be able to hear specifically Umineko music, but it's possible that OBS will decide to double up on that at some point. So if that's ever happening, just type reverb in the chat and I should be able to solve that problem on here. Because sometimes it just fucking decides whatever it is decide. I don't know. There's no logic behind this machine, surely. But supposedly that is fixed now, so you guys can hear this lovely music in the background. Anyway, we better hop into Umineko real quick so that we can check the audio there, and then we can chat for just a teensy tiny second, and then we can pop into the game. But I want the audio to be fixed. So we are gonna go to start, load. I believe it was this one that we were on. And then we're gonna jump back a bit so that we can hear the audio. Oh, I forgot we were doing this weird bullshit last time. Sorry, you guys. Forgot about all that. No reverb so far. But how's the audio? Like, how are the voice lines? Can you hear them? Hell yeah. By the way, have changed not a fucking thing from last time. Do you know how annoying that is? So furious does that make me. Okay. So if that's all Gucci, right? That's all Gucci. Okay, did you ever say if you wanted top, middle, or bottom on these? Oh, my back needs to pop. Guys, I got so much done outside today. I'm gonna sleep so good. I was going to drink this coffee, but I feel like if I drink this coffee, I'm not gonna fall asleep, and it's gonna be another 10 a.m. day, and I can't have that. So I'm gonna save that for tomorrow when I run my errands. For sure. While you're deciding if you want top, middle, or bottom on that, I'm going to do a tarot pull on myself today. Because last episode's Umineko was insane. Absolutely crazy. But we got some pretty good tarot pulls off of it. Oh, my little postcard. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's probably the case. Do a little bridge on these. Did I tell you guys a new version of these came out? I put them on my throne. So if you guys are really into the tarot readings and stuff, I will include tarot readings in the purchase of the new edition of this tarot deck. Because while I think it's crazy that these are like already Umineko coated with the black and gold. We could have a pretty and pink one. The pink version of this, the 2026 edition of this, has animals on it too, which I think will be even crazier. Oh, of course, absolutely. Like, honestly, very, very startling that I didn't make that connection until, like, episode 7. They'd want the middle. Yo, AE, Kaza trying to steal your fortune right now. The universe is telling you. Alright. Oh, no. Put that in there. Anyway. Do one more bridge just to be safe. Interesting. You're at leadership again, which is crazy. Byrd. Spooky. Okay, what's the next one? Soil. Okay. So I've got leadership, opportunity, and simplicity. So simplifying. This feels like a promotion. This feels like an imminent promotion type of situation. Like simplifying a system leading to like a good outcome in like a business sense. Yeah. Okay, and then my tarot is upside down blackberries. So I've got the VIII. Oh, by the way, the other day, remember when I asked you guys about Roman numerals? and I read them wrong. I thought it was an 11, but it was a 9. So tarot only goes up to 10, and then it has, like, face cards. So that was a really stupid question to ask, because I don't know how to read Roman numerals. It really fuzzes me up super bad. I'm way better at reading Mayan numbers, which is completely fucking useless. So when I think to myself, oh, is it 11 or is it 9? It's an obvious answer when it's tarot. I felt so dumb afterwards, but, you know, you live and you learn. I am certainly not using my brain to its computational power, but, you know, it's probably good for me to be humbled every now and then, you know what I mean? Okay, so, uh-oh. Canceled plans. Interesting. All right. That is interesting. Okay. But look how pretty this card is, you guys. Brambles. I've got a couple events coming up here soon, too. So hopefully this is not an ill omen. But if it is, we will have the moment the universe told me that shit was going down. Hopefully that's on a minor scale and not a major scale, you guys. Watch me make, like, an update on my Instagram stories in, like, 2 days, like, one of my major events that I've got planned is canceled. I'd be so pissed. Anyhow. Guys, I'm so sleepy. I got more done today than I thought I was gonna get done, but, like, my body is so weak. So sleepy. How many steps did I get in today? I have to be accountable to you guys. So my goal is 5,000 steps, right? Okay, while that's sinking, we'll pop back over. So cool. Too bad I can't change the key binding specifically of Umineko, because I would put the buttons on there as well. No, Runs, come on, you don't need crunchies. I guess there's not that many, but I'm watching you, paying attention.
私は家でも学校でも比べられてる。
そういえば、リオンは中学も高校も生徒会長だったね。
They are handling this super well for how everything's going here.
私は中学に入って行ったぜ。その時はもう副会長やってた。来年は生徒会長になる気だろう。私の肩身が狭くなるからやめてくれって。でも翌年にちゃっかり立候補して当選しちゃいやがった。
They're handling Lion being the successor pretty good. Which is like, is this supposed to be some alternate universe where Natsuki actually did raise that hypothetical child? Like, Kraus is away and she's just like, look at this baby I definitely had. Like, is this like an alternate universe where she actually did that? And this is just like a cover for who actually is the culprit? You know? That'd be pretty interesting. I wouldn't hate that.
でも、そんなリオンの妹であることを誇りにも思ってるんでしょ。
別にそんなこと思ったことはねえぜ。ああ、ねえぜ。全然ねえぜ。
上が完璧だと息もつまらん。だが他人は他人、お前はお前だ。何も萎縮することはない。
Let's look at the character list real quick. Is it like, this is definitely a person? Huh. Yeah, definitely, super definitely a person, for sure. For sure, definitely, for real. Definitely isn't the person that's usually over here. Certainly isn't one of the people that's generally down here. Definitely not. Appears to be absent from this family conference. Does that mean he exists? Okay, so now that we are a little bit in here, just so that, like, the casuals aren't spoiled. Last episode was fucking crazy. Okay, first of all, we get this horrifying revelation that confirms Beatrice the First and Second's origins. So Kinzo, back in the day, is in the military, and an Italian submarine shows up with a bunch of gold in it. A gunfight ensues, leaving only him and the super hot first Beatrice, Italian interpreter. They have a kid. She dies, right? And then Kenzo raises that child until he's pretty certain that that's his, like, the reincarnation of his dead mistress. Because the moment his mistress died, she had the baby. So then super gross lore drop happens, where it's like, hey, turns out that Beatrice II is related to Kinzo. That's all I'm gonna say. Then also, Beatrice III is related to Kinzo. You know? So that was horrifying. Very much less horrifying than the fact that he, like, got all of his money from Nazi gold. That was actually low-key kind of sick. Like, he basically just took 10 tons of Nazi gold and was like, what if I just convinced everyone that this half stamp of the, I don't know what it's called, I really should, but I'm terrible at history. The like half stamp of the, like, the eagle. He's just like, nah, one wing eagle. That part was pretty dope, actually. It did kind of piss me off that he was like, I don't know. I just got really, like, cowardy vibes off of him from the very beginning of that gunfight, which I didn't really care for. For a guy that does that much evil so quickly afterwards, I did not like how he was like, no, guns! And I'm like, dude. If you're gonna commit atrocities, I feel like you should be kind of full throttle on the, like, I'm committing atrocities business. You know? Like, if you're gonna be evil, just be evil. Don't be, like, casually evil. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that part was a little crazy. And then he did have some pretty good. Are you actually typing that many times, or is that a glitch? Because I only have 2 in one chat, but I have, like, 12 in the other chat. Did we glitch out? So that was pretty crazy. He did have a really good, like, Riz line on the little boat. That was pretty cool. Before the horrifying combination. You know what I mean? That was pretty, oh, okay, so you did send that, like, 1 billion times. Gotcha. So that was really, really crazy. And then we have this juxtaposition where, this detective, which I don't fully understand, base Kenzo. Listen, all the way up until you get the realization that he, like, kidnapped his own child and put her in the mistress mansion, I'll let you guys once again kind of decipher how that would be troubling. That was all pretty sick, except for, once again, that one part where he was kind of, like, being a little bit of a coward during the gunfight, but I'm just like, dude, like, perfect opportunity. Like, you're not being very, like, carpe diem right now, you know? I feel like your Italian girlfriend is very much gonna look down on you for that, because I do. And then for him to, like, heel turn and be super crazy after the fact, like, after she dies, it's like, okay. And also, I think that I'm very much vindicated in wanting to have the entire mansion burned to the ground with a lot of these people in it, but I would like to amend the order in which I would like to burn them alive within this mansion. First, Kenzo, obviously, he needs to be shackled to the floor at the epicenter of the blast, although I would like for him to burn very slowly and painfully. And then second, to the radius. Kumasawa needs to be burned to a crisp. Are you joking? Like, you're really gonna see your master, like, commit an atrocity like that, and just be like, well, you know, it wasn't the most fatherly relationship. Like, burn to ash, woman. What are you talking about? Like, I mean, it's one thing to be in a position where you, like, can't do anything, and you're just like, oh, we tried to, like, you know, solve this situation without us all being, like, thrown into a pit and dismembered or whatever. But, like, to just be like, oh, yeah, sure, like, no problem. I don't know. As far as I know, Rudolph and Kyrie haven't committed any, like, major atrocities. Like, as far as, like, listen, I don't necessarily think murdering your family is the worst thing you could do in Umineko. So if they are, in fact, who I suspect to be one of the secret culprits of this, it's like, I mean, are they really bad people for murdering, like, a pedophile and his followers? I don't think so. Well, I guess he wasn't technically a pedophile. Super incestuously gross, though. God, that is really such a betrayal, too. Because if you omit that one very specific crime, Kenzo is so sick. But, like, that specific crime makes him completely untenable for the rest of the series, and I feel so very betrayed. Like, honestly, that is... Yeah, Genji, I think Genji would probably be number 2 on my list. Nanjo would be number 3, surprisingly enough, for being burned alive. Hold on. I'm bad at math. Okay, so Kenzo in the epicenter, Kumasawa right next to them, Genji next, because he's also super duper complicit in this and doesn't seem to have done anything to, like, mitigate any of these crimes. Because, like, you could just overserve your boss a bunch of absinthe. He's clearly an alcoholic. If he drinks himself to death, oh no, what a tragedy, right? And then what do you tell the cops? You're just like, listen, he's my boss. He asked for more absinthe. Totally in the clear, right? And especially if the family doctor's in on it and he's just like, yeah, he had a drinking problem and he was really aggressive. Like, he's our boss. But Nanjo, I think, did enough good deeds that he gets to be burned. Hold on. Kenzo, Kumasawa, Genji. He gets to be burned 4th. He gets to be burned to death 4th. Because he did save the initial Beatrice, and he was pretty chill and cool with that. And we can assume that he, like, for the most part, doesn't understand what's going on insofar as, like, the incest subplot. But once he presumably delivers Beatrice II's baby, and, like, which I also highly suspect is the baby that Natsuhi pushed over the cliff. He rescues that baby in secret, and she's like, I assume takes her to an orphanage to then be recycled back into the family. I'm not gonna spoil my theory on that just yet. But so, like, that was pretty choice of him, but again, he doesn't choose to use his medical practices to murder his boss for any of those things. So, which I view as more moral than the whole do no harm business of Doctor, because, like, he's literally committed a crime against humanity, and you're just like, my oath and I'm like, listen, I don't get down like that. But I wouldn't be having these problems with my waitstaff, surely. There would be a blood pit for things like this. So that was pretty horrific. So just right out the jump, that was horrifying. So then we get back to it, and then we have Lion, like, pinching his what I assume to be adoptive sister's rear a bunch, which I don't not. This is way too weird of a family. You know what I mean? Like, I know rich people be super strange. You know, the super, super poor and the super, super rich usually have very similar problems, like, you know, messing around with their cousins and stuff like that for whatever reason. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe it's just, like, proximity or something, I guess. Proximity, isolation, I don't know. But super, super strange to me. And I will say this, how freaky is this family? Entirely too freaky, I will say this. I think that this family is freakier for certain than the Fruit Baskets family, canonically. and they also have cousins that are dating. Like, very, very high level, like, aristocracy families tend to have that as a subplot pretty regularly. Like, is it Habsburg syndrome? Halliburton syndrome? I don't know, but it's basically all those like old European families where they just have like super crazily disfigured faces because they're like inbred to like the fourth power or something like that. Insane. But I will say this, I do prefer this version of what I assume to be like the Battler character stand-in, like this one. Really, really hate the Lion character. Don't like it at all. Probably gonna give the Lion character like maybe a 1 out of 5, and this Battler character like a 4.5 out of 5. I'm not really crazy about the little red streak in his hair. Don't really care for that, but okay, one sec. I want to see if it will. I can advance on this. That's so cool. We're not going to do that because the A key auto tracks it, but that's cool that we can just like jump a single line ahead with the little, like, my adorable little remote now. Nice. Interesting. Gorgeous chandelier. Guys, do you think that Henry knows that his girlfriend's into witchcraft? Do you think that he's like aware of that, or do you think he's like low-key into it? Like, if he does know, is he like sick? Or is he completely unaware of it and she has like a voodoo doll of him and she's like, oh, this weird fucking incel, and she's like stabbing it because she's like undercover within this like family dynamic. She's like, I will destroy them one way or another, you know? Like, if she can't assassinate them at this family conference, she's gonna at the very least like pull a don't blink situation where she like marries the next suitable head of the family that she can kind of use as a puppet, and then she slowly poisons him over time, you know? I feel like that'd be the move. Dowdy's aware he's too self-centered. Oh, okay, fair enough. I just feel like that'd be the perfect honeypot situation, because he's the one that's like gonna question the least, because he thinks he's in control. But then as she starts to poison, because he's like, oh, my incompetent girlfriend couldn't possibly murder me, and meanwhile she's been poisoning him for months. Eventually I'm gonna have to do a thumbnail that's oops all Beatrice's, and then I'll do them in order, but I'll black them out. So it doesn't, like, you know, so it doesn't spoil it. But we'll know.
ベアトリーチェの葬儀に参加しておいてこんなことを言うのも申し訳ないけれど、僕も説明できるほどベアトリーチェという人物のことにも詳しくないんです。申し訳ない。その話はここに住んでるジェシカちゃんの方が僕よりももう少しは。
I love this bay window.
そういえばジェシカちゃん、こちらの方を紹介したっけ？いや、
実はまだ。お客様がいらっしゃるってのに尻ばっかつねるどっかの誰かのせいできちんと挨拶もできなかったぜ。はじめまして、ジェシカと申します。本日は後ろ宮家へようこそ。いや、お日柄もよく、
ウィラードだ。ウィルと呼べ。
The fuck is named Willard? It's such a crazy name. What is the population density of Willards? Ooh, it's Old English and German, meaning strong desire or brave resolver. Most popular in the US during the early 20th century, offering a vintage two-syllable choice with affectionate names like Will or Willie. Rooted in Germanic elements, it also has ties to England and France. It can also mean willful or resolute. Predominantly a male first name, though it sometimes appears as a surname or a very rare female name. In pop culture, it is most often associated with the 1971 film Willard and Captain Willard from Apocalypse Now.
ベアトリーチェのことだっけ？話してもいいけど、約束してくれる？絶対に笑わないって。今にして思うと
Now is not the time, migraine. Behave yourself. We have clues to be thrown at our faces. And honestly, I feel like I could have come up with the answer to like the Beatrice riddle if I just only assumed that a terrible and horrific crime had happened. If I'd only opened up the possibility for some horrific crime, that would have made way more sense to me. But I just like couldn't fathom that would even be a thing. So, my bad, I guess, for not assuming the absolute worst of people. Yeah, but these are, like, regular, horrible crimes. Like, killing your whole family is one thing, but, like, the Kinzo plotline is... It boggles the mind. It's, like, so crazy, I wouldn't have even put it in the realm of possibility, you know? I think so. I think this is my first visual novel. Like I said, the other stuff that I read is just regular manga and yaoi. So... Are all visual novels like this? Because, like, the persistent amount of lollies is also very troubling to me. But I was like, surely they won't have something that horrific if they're gonna insist on these being characters. I was so wrong. I was so wrong, you guys.
マリアちゃんは本当にベアトリーチェが好きだな。おじい様が肖像画を掲げている
Really?
大喜びみたいだ。
That's horrific. I did not know that that would be such a common trope.
キリエおばさんと薬を飲みに戻ったよ。
Now, here's the thing.
エンジは本当に
If theirs, like, if Kinzo and Natsuhi actually had a thing, I was like, alright, that wouldn't be too bad. Like, those are two adults that aren't related to each other. But, like, people being, I think I watched one anime where it was, like, one single anime where it was, I can't remember what it was, but it was, like, I think that one was deeply problematic, too, because it's, like, this woman marries the prince, but then she finds out that the prince and his sister have a thing, and so they try to have her murdered, and then she reincarnates as a new person who falls in love with the king from another thing, but there's like a very problematic age gap, and I was like, oh, no problem. I think I bitched about this to you guys before, maybe not during this series. So like she's like 12 or something like that, and he's 18, and I'm like, surely there's a time jump. Like, yes, politically you could potentially get married to a child, but then, like, when she comes of age, like, this is a political marriage, you get married, and then when she's of age, like, you guys move your rooms together or whatever. That's not what they went with, and I was like, oh, okay. And then by, like, episode 8, he's, like, always trying to kiss her and stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah, these people should be in a prison. This is crazy. Like, this is such an insane, like, what purpose does this serve? Like, what purpose does this problematic age gap serve? So it's like, I think that's probably one of the only ones that I've watched where I was just like so deeply upset about it. And then a second one I watched was, I think, Dungeon Black Company or something like that, where there is a dragon, and then the first time the dragon transforms, it's like a sexy, like, you know, like a sexy, like, in her 20s-ish woman. Oh, yeah, it probably is. I don't know why it would, but then, maybe just put it in, the stream chat in Discord. But, yeah, so she turns into a woman, right, but like a dragon lady, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. But then for the entire rest of the series, she's like a lolly dragon girl, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, there's clearly no reason for this, and yet, like, I mean, I don't understand why more animators wouldn't want to, like, I guess, do more, like, if the choice is jiggle physics or lolly, I think that's a pretty easy choice, you know what I mean? Because one of them I don't want to see at all, and the other one can be a little bit over the top, but I for sure prefer it to a crime.
バートラとは大違いだぜ。
緊張すると体調を崩すタイプなんだよ。僕も昔は遠足の日や映画の日なんかに限って体調を崩したりしたもんさ。
それに比べたらマリアはタフだぜ。新島からこっちに来るまでの間、ずっとベアトリーチェの話三昧さ。ここしばらくずっとだけど、ちょっと行き過ぎだよな。
いいんじゃないかな。子供の想像遊びだよ。ジェシカちゃんは子供がサンタクロースに会ったことがあるって言い出したら、
If a child told me it met Santa Claus, I would first be extremely curious how that could possibly be real. And then I would ruin it for them, if I'm being honest. I'd be like, who is sneaking into your room and talking to you at night? We're setting up cameras. Absolutely not. Not on my watch. Listen. Oh, what? Because I'm sick all the time? Yeah, because you never know. Like, wasn't there some crime a while ago where, and I don't know if this was just like one of those like Reddit-based stories or whatever, where like somebody was sneaking in people's houses and pretending to be like a giant teddy bear or something like that, and it's like, yeah, that's not real. So you definitely need to look into it if somebody's having long conversations with people that shouldn't exist. Also, I think, like, maybe having an imaginary friend and stuff like that could potentially be indicative of, like, trauma. So and I think we've talked about this before. It's important to check in with your children, you know?
連邦よりお集まりの皆様をおもてなしできるようこの号だ腕によりをかけてご用意させていただきました
All Goda wants to do is cook. Ah.
かわいそうに。ゴーダ、後でキリエさんに相談して、おかゆのようなものを用意するように。
ああ、気を利かせてくれてありがとう。本当にすまねえな。どうも緊張に弱い子みたいでな。
Yeah, I hate Goda too, but at the same time, like, he seems to me to know the very least about everything, but it would be so sick if he could be the murderer. He gets hired, he finds out all these family secrets, and then finds out that he's not getting his Christmas bonus, and he's like, man, fuck this whole family, I'm poisoning their food. I'm poisoning their food, and I'm blaming it on this weird child. I'd be like, listen, she keeps talking about witchcraft, and I leave the soup alone for 2 seconds to go and find her, like, little rabbit doll or something like that. Now everybody's coughing up blood. Like, it's clearly this weird child. Just, like, stuffing hydrangea leaves into the soup.
ベアトリーチェと遊ぶって。またどっかに一人で行って、ぶつくさ独り言言いながら本を読んでるだけだろ。
Hey, don't give up the game, Jessica. God, what is she, autistic? Another sus voice line. Guarantee the writing staff on this has worked on other projects, let's say that. Because there ain't no way that they're stringing together these words. After I poison the soup like she's told me to. Oh my god, imagine gaslighting a child into poisoning the whole family. I didn't mention it by accident, I can assure you of that. Because, listen, I feel like that's what I would do. Plausible deniability. Because here's the thing, if you intend on murdering now, also, this is hypothetical because this is a fiction crime novel, okay? Everybody calm down, TOS people. If you're gonna poison a whole family, you would definitely want to have a completely insane accomplice that you could just be like, whoa, 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 we were just playing dolls outside. She's the one that decided to poison everybody. I told her about making potions because she's a 9-year-old, okay? I didn't expect her to, like, shove a bunch of poison leaves in the soup or poison the tea or whatever. Like, clearly she has some problems at home, and then you cite back to the fact that she for sure has problems at home, and then you just be like, listen, she's also 9 years old. You can't believe what this 9-year-old says, okay? She's deeply traumatized by her crazy mother and her incestuous family. Like, I mean, listen, if it were me, all these people would be locked up, but I certainly wouldn't kill anyone. The perfect alibi. Yeah, she has BPD because she has early childhood trauma, by the way. It's like bipolar, except you switch moods more rapidly. The way he knows I have a headache.
でもなれない。生活やしがらみの中に今の自分がいるからこそ、今の自分を変えるなんてことできやしないんだ。
そうだな。自分を変えるとは。
No, give me your little toes. Give me your little toes.
だから私は今の自分はそのままに、本当になりたい自分をもう一人生み出すことを思いついたんだ。
両家のお嬢様であることを強いられ、窒息しそうな日。
Oh, what a tragedy.
なりたい自分を見出した。
だからって家で破天荒はできないさ。母さんに怒鳴られるのがオチだぜ。だからそうした。家にいるおとなしく親の言うことを聞く私に加え、本当になりたい私をもう一人生み出したんだ。
家ではおとなしく親の言うことを聞き、表ではやりたいようにやる。正しい生き様だ。胸を張れ。
ありがとう。まあつまりなりたい自分ってのはその気になりゃ案外作り出せるもんなんだよな。マリアも同じなんだろうと思った。
興奮してまくし立てるマリアもそうだというのか。
あれこそがマリアのなりたいマリアなんじゃないかなって、そう思うことがあるよ。
親族で一番の年少で可愛がられてはいるが、尊敬されているわけではない。
何を知っても覚えても、そんなのは親族の誰かが知ってる。マリアにバレることは何もない。
And here's the funny thing about like being an abused child in a decently large family. I feel like everybody knows that Rosa is not treating Maria well, and they just don't care. Like they're just like so all doing their own thing that they're just kind of like, okay, well, it's not my problem. Where you would think because they're like a family of means. I kind of got scratched when I was making that shelf, and it kind of is irritated, so I figure it's important to clean your wounds just to be safe. But like what you would expect from a family of means, right? Because you're like, oh, well, the problem is clearly money. Like poor people see somebody that's being abused and they're just like, oh, well, I wish that I had the resources to care for this person. These people very obviously have the resources to potentially adopt their niece, and no one has even attempted to do so. No one's like, hey, Rosa, what if she stays with us for the summer or whatever? Nobody's even attempting to do that because they're deeply selfish people and they don't want their lives to be changed, even though realistically, it's just going to be their house servants taking care of this 9-year-old all day. Like, they are going to have nothing to do with the process. They're just going to pay their nanny an extra, like, $10K a year or something to do this. So, it's really crazy to me that, like, this hasn't been addressed within the family, but it's not, I guess it's not outside of the realm of what would be happening, like, actually. There's no reason for it to be happening, though.
マリアは何かの権威になりたかったということか。
Mm-hmm.
Maria が誰も知らないオカルトに関心を持ち、その知識を深めていったのは容易に想像できる。多分マリアにとっての理想の自分というのは、みんなに尊敬されるオカルトの権威の自分なんだ。
普段の生活でオカルトの話ばかりしていたらローザにぶたれるからな。お前がそうであるように、普段はもう一人の自分を隠しているというわけだ。
私はこんな時のマリアをそうだと思ってる。いや、本当の自分が普段の自分を塗りつぶしてしまったと言うべきかな。私もそういうのをちょっと覚えが。真相の霊場に憧れて病弱な自分になれたらいいなと思って、咳する真似ばっかしてたら悪い癖になって。
咳込めば周りが優しくしてくれるからか。
いや 嫌な話の流れになった時とか、空気悪い時とかに流れを断ち切れるし。
なるほど。
I
それ
mean,
がまたお前のなりたいもう一人の自分なんだな。
この話は内緒
so
で
she
頼むぜ。
doesn't have asthma, but you have to take medication for that. That would get not fun very quickly because I think there's a series of painful injections in the 1980s that you would have to take if you had allergies.
話が脱線
No, no,
した
no.
わ。
In the 1980s, it was
まあ
so
そん
much
な
more.
感
Like,
じで
I don't think you just
ロ
had
ー
the,
ザおばさ
like,
んが戻ってくるの
I
で
can't remember what
マ
they're
リア
called,
が感触を起こしちゃって。
but the, something, something Zol or whatever. Were there inhalers in the 80s? When were inhalers invented? 1956. Okay, so they look crazy though. It basically looks like something else. It looks like something that you would perhaps smoke something that's not tobacco in. Interesting. When is this from? Like a albuterol, thank you. Since the 60s. Let me look up what the 1980s one looks like. Because I do have an uncle with asthma. He's allergic to like every single thing, which is insane. And he used to have to get allergy shots because it was like so severe. Allergy. 1980 inhaler. Okay, so they just looked crazy. It just had like these weird capsule situations. Yeah, show me what they looked like over the years, because I want to know. In the 1970s, it was phenoterol. It was never approved by the FDA and was not in sale in the US. Okay, it was in stock in New Zealand. And then they had this weird, like, tube-looking one that had a powder that was delivered. God, that'd be so gross to have to take. Like, imagine powder having to be... Okay, and then in so in 1982, they have, like, sort of the more, inhaler-shaped thing. And then they started... 1994 looks pretty sick. These disc ones look pretty dope. Like, hitting the harmonica situation. Allergy shots are a form of desensitization. You take them to control the symptoms until you get used to them. Not every asthmatic gets those. Oh, okay. I just thought it was pretty crazy that, like, very clearly nature is telling him, like, don't go into, like, agriculture as a profession. It will kill you. And he's like, but what if I exclusively put all of my, like, skill points into agriculture? It's like, okay, clearly, watching from, that acronym means something very different to me. So what the current form is a metered dose inhaler, which just sprays the medicine at a measured dose that you understand. The disc still uses power. The disc has aura though. If I'm being honest, the disc is kind of sick. It looks like you're hitting like an alien and like an alien harmonica. So that's pretty cool. I think like it just looks sick. And then where did we start using... Sorry, we're just gonna do just an eensy bit of a side quest here. Okay, it still isn't telling me when we first moved to using that particular mist, but just a little. I like the medical lore. And that is going to be a theme that you guys see all the time in all my videos. It really interests me. I enjoy it. Fuck you, Jessica, for bringing that up. How dare you? It seems we've gotten off track. Mind your fucking business, Jessica. Somebody make that into a meme, because fair enough. Oh, so it was just a lie. Okay.
私が一方的にマリアに対しギスギスして終わり。マリアはケロリとしてたよ。一人でどこかに行って、またベアトリーチェと一緒に遊んでたうんぬんと楽しそうに語ってたから。私を含め誰も頭ごなしに否定したりなんかしない。もうそういうものなんだと思って聞き流して無視してるってのが正解さ。
親族会議の話はそれで終わりなのか。
この話自体はね、私がしたいのはこれが終わって親族がみんな帰ってからの話さ。
That's so sick. I know for a really long time, specifically in the administering of upper respiratory medication, it was very difficult to administer that specifically to cats. So the fact that they have essentially nebulizers for cats now, where you can put their little upper respiratory medicine into a thing that'll kind of diffuse it into their lungs is really cool. I wish that I had access to that back when Squirrel was a kitten, because I very much suspect that she has a deviated septum, which caused her to have when she was just little potato baby. Caused her to have a lot of upper respiratory infections. And I remember at one point I had to take her to the vet, and they were like, here are your options. We can either give her a shot of a long dosage of antibiotics, and that's got a 50-50 shot of working, and I'm like, done, that one. And they're like, or you can give her medication twice a day. And I'm like, I'm telling you right now, this cat refuses to be medicated. She's too smart. Even as an infant, she was so smart. And this little tiny potato would turn into razor blades the moment you had to do anything that was holding her at all. Really? I thought you could just, pro tip, you can put certain essential oils into petroleum jelly and just put that right there on your nose. I plan to do that later on when I have to scoop out the chicken coop and stuff like that, because I have to have a full face mask for that. Now, sometimes I don't put on the full face mask, so if I ever get some sort of avian flu or whatever, just know that it's my time to go, you know what I mean? Because sometimes the PPE is just such a pain in the ass. I'm like, let death take me, you know what I mean? My bloodline has survived the bubonic plague and the Spanish fever, and sometimes I think it would be kind of nice to get taken out by a medieval style ailment, you know? Peppermint oil and petroleum. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah, farming, so many crazy smells that you would rather not smell. But yeah, nebulizers for the kitties would be really nice. Now, there's a kind of DIY way you can do it, where you essentially make them a steam box, and then, you know, that can help with the mucus and stuff like that. If you've ever been really having a cold or something like that, and you just have persistent stuffiness, you can do a neti pot, which I don't recommend, because you know, it is pretty effective, but you do have to have sterile water and stuff like that to use, because if you just use water from the sink, you can get a brain-eating amoeba. So just so you guys know, don't just be using any kind of water to shove up your nose, because you can perish from that. It's not super common that it happens, but you'd be shocked how many cases of that occur every year, just off the rip. And then I mean, just like a nice, warm, steamy shower just really helps, moisten up the mucous membranes all over your body. So that's good. There are a couple of yoga poses you can do too that'll just kind of like help detach those layers from wherever they're at and kind of help move those out through you. But also, just my regular advice is just drink like tons of water. Like you should be overly hydrated. Because I feel like a lot of people don't drink nearly enough water. Now, since I got the Dubby sponsorship, I have definitely been drinking more water just because I like this container. And sometimes having like a fun little container is the key to hydration. So, I mean, try out different containers. If you like a container, you're more likely to use it. I've gotten rid of every other shaker container I've got because this little top thing or whatever, I like way better than the old like egg beater thing that they used to put in them to shake everything up. That was super annoying. It always gets like lost or like falls out. It's just such a pain. Boo.
お暗い顔をして。ああ、熊沢さんか。いや、別に大したことは。親族のみんなは無事に帰ったかな。
時間通りならもう新島の空港に疲れているでしょう。お嬢様もお疲れ様。
I want to know where the atrium in this house is because for certain Kenzo has a solarium, an atrium, or a greenhouse somewhere on site to propagate these roses. That's the only way that he could have this many roses in this abundance on this island. He for sure had to be grafting roses, and you need some space to do that. Because there's no way he just had all these roses imported. These roses have been, I would suspect that each of these colors are just clones on clones on clones of each other, which, I mean, it's not a bad metaphor for what he's done with his, like, maternal line. You know, so.
昨日のマリア様との喧嘩をまだ気にしておられるのですか？
まあね。
子供の言うことではありませんか。お嬢様ももう高校生なのですから深く気にすることもないでしょうに。
熊沢さんはマリアのあれ。
The fact that he would have a greenhouse? I mean, I don't think that's too crazy. Like, where are you going to keep these roses? It gets very cold near Japan. Japan has, like, historically bad winters, no? And roses can be kind of temperamental. I think they're, like, they like to flower in the spring when it's pretty warm. By the way, guys, speaking of flower sprouting, my snapdragons just started to open. So we could be getting, like, little bouquets in the background of here very soon.
それをいつの間にかマリアが面白がって本当にいるかのように振る舞い出しやがった。
そんなことを言っては罰が当たりますよ。ベアトリーチェ様はいるのですから。
だからさ。Oh.
Is it crazy to call out, or is it just pattern recognition? I'm not saying that the roses wouldn't grow, I'm saying to clone them. In the amount of time that he's occupied this island, wouldn't he, like, because there's no way that he just did, like, just one of these little cubes at a time, you know what I mean? Because the amount of colors, like, the iterations you would have to go through to get each of these different colors of roses, like, you wouldn't be able to have them in the same, area because they would cross-pollinate. So you would have to propagate, like, each of the different colors and put them just so. Otherwise, the pink is gonna mix with the yellow and make orange, and so to have them laid out as pretty as they are here, without having them mix, which clearly he's against, you would have to have a decent amount of the cuttings all cloning at the same time, so that when you're putting, you would have to essentially like offset them for maybe a couple of generations and then plant them in the rows like they are. I don't think that you could just, or maybe even he grafted them. Maybe these, I don't think he would have grafted them because they would have been way uglier if he'd done that. I think he had to clone them and just straight up have like a bush of just pink roses, you know? Because roses you can graft. You can have a multicolored rose bush, which maybe we'll do that in honor of Umineko. Maybe I graft a bunch of roses on my future property. Just keep that in mind, guys. Eventually, you guys will see that realized as a vision. Although they will be thornless roses, because I'm not getting stabbed for Umineko. I see here that they have thorns on them. I refuse to do that. I'm partial to orange roses, by the way. I think they're really pretty. Plus, you can eat them. Should we plant some yellow roses for Beatrice, though? I would be amenable to doing that. That'll be kind of a cool callback, won't it? Hey, speaking of, it was just Mother's Day. Did you guys do any flowers for your moms? We should do yellow roses. I think so too. Yellow roses are pretty, but they remind me of my mother, who I hate. But I will plant them for you guys. I'll plant them specifically for you guys and Beatrice. Maybe I'll attach little golden butterflies to the rose bush, just to further illustrate the point of what they're for. I bet I could do that. Why would you just say something so crazy to her? That actually makes a ton of sense in retrospect. I mean, I wouldn't care, but it does make sense.
鍵はキーボックスにあったでしょうか。
多分源氏様がご自分の席にしまわれていると思います。
マスターキーでも開くんでしょ。貸してよ。
そういうわけには。
You can. Give it to me now.
参りません。
Give me the key.
お嬢様、好んで不吉な場所に近づく。
It makes a ton of sense why. Here's the thing.
おいおい。
If you are Beatrice, and Beatrice the second and the first are your mom or whatever, if you liked your mom to whatever extent, or you like the idea of your mother, and somebody's like, Beatrice isn't real, and you'd be like, you know, because you have a mother wound because you were robbed of your mother, you'd be like, how dare you say she's not real? She's real. And then, you know, you push because you lack emotional control because both of your parents were incredibly distant and or just completely out of the picture. You maybe like push them off a cliff every now and then, like because you lack emotional control. So it's like that in hindsight would make sense from a behavioral aspect why people that speak ill of Beatrice are cursed. So I'm just saying that tracks for me specifically. Give me the key. Once again, I would like to point out, if you would like to have a fancy key for your house or your apartment, I don't know your business, you can take that key to a locksmith if there's a locksmith in your area, and they can solder like a cool little charm on the end of your key so that it's like, for example, if this is your key, right? They can cut it and then put like a little seashell or something on the other end of it, so you can have a big fancy cool like skeleton looking key like they have in Umineko. Super, super recommend it. Locksmiths are so cool. Also, it's one of those like dying crafts, I think, because everybody just uses these like sort of crappy generic keys and locks and stuff. So, highly recommend patroning your key craftsman. I don't think they can do car keys, but I think they can make you car keys if you have the right stuff. Most modern car keys have this like weird little chip in them, so you can't just like get a duplicate of your car key. You have to have an extra of these little chips, which makes it so that you have to go to the dealership. Come here, Mr. Kitty. No, come on, don't get embarrassed. If you want to snuggle, you can snuggle. Okay? You don't have to be embarrassed. Yes. Or are you trying to get my attention to give you more snacks? Yeah, it's more snacks. Alright, 1 second, you guys. We're going to take just a quick little break before we go through this scene. I will be right back. Get a snack, get a drink. I'm going to refill my water, actually. This remote is so awesome, you guys. Very, very highly recommend. Instead of buying like an $80 Stream Deck, turns out you can just get a numpad and set the numpad things to what you want it to do, turns out. Or if you're at an actual PC with like a full keyboard, you just set the numpad to stuff. Also, if you have to do a lot of computation and stuff, you can set these to like, you know, certain shortcuts and junk. I learned that from a paralegal, funny enough. Alright. The water is watering. Yeah. No, it's honestly so cool. Like, when I'm gonna... Listen, if, satirically, I did my taxes, I would set these to, like, the equal sign and stuff like that so I could quickly just, blah, 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 like, punch stuff in. Or, like, set one of these buttons to copy-paste, like, the shortcuts for those things instead of having to click shift whatever. You can make it say these things. Or if you're playing, like, a game that only requires, like, a certain amount of buttons, you can make these the new button. Like, you can change the key bindings to this and just have to, like, blah, blah, blah. It'd be really cool. This room is really pretty. Is this the guest room, or is this Jessica's room? I can't remember. Nope, this is Jessica's room. Yeah. I just was unfamiliar with that specific angle. This house is too damn big. Are we about to see something horrific? Scale of 1 to 10, how crazy is this about to get? Such a pretty room.
今何分だ？
Right. I feel like Jessica would be a decent ghost hunter, actually. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Guys, 1 to 10, how weird is this gonna get? Uh-oh. Please tell me this isn't like the hair of his dead wife or something. Please stop. No, there's no way. This doll better not animate. This doll is in full rigor. Put on the wig. Yikes. No, please don't be that. Ugh. I'm mad that even came to my mind. Please don't be that. God, it couldn't possibly get any worse, could it? Ugh. I do have to ask. Also, Grandpa Kenzo definitely has wolves now. Like, for sure he has wolf money. Kenzo is literally in his Mr. Burns era. Release the hounds. Like, just that level of, like, eccentric evil. That would really annoy me. Answer the phone, Jessica.
Hey, hey. 取るぜ。取ってやるぜ。ああ、驚いたとでも言いやいいんだろ。
Now, me personally, I'm just unplugging it. And this is the song she sings when everybody's murdered. Yes, somebody tripped the power to that room, probably. Oh, the doll came to life, didn't it? Absolutely not. Fuck, no thank you. Mm-mm. No thanks. Absolutely not. First thing I'm doing is murdering that doll. Ain't no way. Squirrel, sweetie. Sorry, one sec. My children are trying to binge eat. No, Mrs. Kitty. Listen. I know it's tempting because it's here for your skinny brother, but we don't need to be eating our entire body weight in crunchies. Love you. I'm gonna start hiding all of your food and puzzle treats if you guys keep it up. Well, yes, of course. Why does nobody ever check these things? Couldn't be me. Mm-mm. Nah, the demons in this house would be afraid of me. I would not be tolerating any of this. First thing that moves that's not supposed to is getting cleansed with a baptism of fire. Really? Oh, I see. That's why you said it was gonna vogue in a minute. Listen, eventually I will read it in the manga, but, guys, I'm so behind on everything. I just feel so, like, guilty, like, reading for pleasure. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't read any of my manga in months. So, hey, actually, we're gonna be driving a bunch. We're gonna be driving a bunch soon for all of our tournaments and stuff like that. So maybe I'll just read the manga while I'm in the car, because I don't think I get car sick. So, I have tons of reading material, actually. Maybe we do some, since I'm not gonna be taking my, since I'm not going to be taking my laptop and stuff like that, maybe we do like an on Discord read. That doesn't make any sense. If you can't be I don't understand you. Get out of there. Yeah, so maybe we do because I'm probably going to bring just my iPad. So maybe it would be possible for me to like read the manga on Discord. Maybe we do something like that. I think it would be cool. I want to figure out how I can download it. Because I think that in Apple Books and stuff like that, you can like highlight stuff, and it would be cool to like take notes while I read the manga, but that might not be possible. But that might be pretty cool because both of those end up on like a weekend situation, so you know, might be doing that. So instead of a Friday stream, because I'm going to have to wake up crazy early for that, maybe we do like a Saturday stream and just do that. Yeah, maybe. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that'd be cool. Because I could probably stream it on Discord, because I'll just screen share it. I don't think Discord will record my stream though. But how large is this doll? Is this a human-sized doll? If this is a human-sized doll, who the fuck isn't checking that before they enter a room? And if it's not a human-sized doll, that's even creepier. Don't care for that. how do you explain it? If it's a human-sized doll, that's definitely a person made up to being a doll after they tricked Jessica into going into that room because they want to unsettle her. Because, like, if you're a murderer, you're like, fuck this bitch trying to solve these mysteries. We're going to give her schizophrenia. And then, if it's not a human-sized doll, right, if it's a much smaller doll, I feel like that becomes kind of a sleight of hand because that would be the first thing you draw eyes to. So if you do something unsettling enough, it'll distract from whatever else is in the room. So, like, if you're paying attention to a really creepy doll in the middle of the room, you might not notice the shoes under the drapes at a different side of the room. So it would make somebody else already being in the room easier to, like, maneuver around because she'd be paying attention to that doll. It makes sense from, like, both aspects of it, but I'm not sure as to the size of this doll, so that's how I would explain either of those things, by the way.
あるわけもねえぜ。でもよ、人間のいたずらだと考えて、それだけの人間が緻密に示し合わせて、私を驚かせるためだけに何時間も暗闇で待ち構えてたって考える方が、私はよっぽど薄気味悪いぜ。
同感だな。いっそたたりの方がマシだ。そのことを後日、使用人たちには聞いたのか？
聞いたってとぼけるに決まってるぜ。それに最低3人だぜ。あの日は源氏さんと郷田さんと熊沢さんとシャノンの4人が泊まってた。そのうちの3人があんな薄気味悪いいたずらに加担したってのか？わけわかんねえ。
Why would you need 3 of them?
私は聞けなかった。
I don't think you would need 3 of them. You would just have, yeah, I mean, you could just have a pre-recording of Maria, if Maria's not there. You just have a pre-recording of Maria play. Then you have one of the people in the room already. And then you have Kumasawa at the fuse box, and she's told to just, turn off the fuses at whatever time. One for the lights, one for the phone and recording, and one to take the doll inside the room. I don't think you'd need 3 people. I think you'd only need 2. Because I feel like the phone recording, here's the thing. You start the phone recording, right? That's going. When you trip the fuses, you don't have to worry about it. You know, you trip the fuses to that room. Fuses exist. So you trip the fuses to the VIP room, it shuts off the lights and cuts the phone, right? And then the person already inside the room takes the doll. That's only 2 people. You wouldn't need 3. There's no phone line at the breaker box. Yeah, but, like, how close is the nearest phone to the breaker room? Couldn't you start the recording and then go to the breaker room, and then that would cut the phone and the recording? Like, I don't think you would need to do all that. But also, I don't have a fucking map of this place, so I don't know.
きっと人形はどこかに転げ落ちて、私がたまたまそれを見つけられなかっただけなんだ。
すべて気のせいだったと言いたいのか？
人形が消えた以外、何の変化も証拠もない。マリアにも後日聞いたけど、歌のことも電話のことも知らないと言われた。とぼけたのか、本当に知らないのかはわからないけれど、とにかくあの晩のあの出来事は。
And the phone rang for quite a minute before she picked up too, so
何も証明することができない。
I feel like that would potentially be enough time to go from phone to potentially.
それを証明できないのと同じだ。
しばらくはショックだったけど、時間が経って、あれは臆病な私が落雷か何かで一瞬だけ停電したのにびっくりして、庭木の枝がちぎれてバサバサ落ちる音を誤解したんじゃないかなって思えるようになった。
Fine.
変
I
な
don't think
鳥
you're
の鳴
wrong
き声
there.
とか。とにかくそう聞こえてしまう何かの聞き間違いだったかもしれねえ。私は強がってるだけで、本当は信じられないくらい臆病だったんだ。だからあんなことがあったように誤解してしまったんだ。そう考えるようにして、あの晩のことを忘れようと自分に強く言い聞かせた。
すべては闇の中か。
人間忘れようと思えば結構できるもんだよな。以来ベアトリーチェという言葉を聞くたびに嫌な気持ちがこみ上げる。でもそれを顔に出さないように努めてる。おしまい。私に話せるのはこの程度の話だけだぜ。情けない話だから誰にも内緒に。私がビビリだったって誰にも知られたくねえからな。
わかった。最後に一つだけ質問したい。
貴賓室のことで？
違う。食堂でのことだ。
食堂？
お前の階段の直前の親族会議の日、食堂には親族全員が揃ったな。
ああ、当時はまだバトラは戻ってなかったけど、それ以外は全員いたよ。もちろんじいさまは除くぜ。
演者は腹痛で空席だったな。
That is such an I'm just a girl thing to do, though.
そうだぜ。
それはお前の右の席だったか。
そうだぜ。右の席だよ。それが何か
Also, guys, just once again, a reminder, I don't know left and right. So if you guys want me to, like, understand, like, the trick of these seating order things, you literally have to, like, draw me a little map. I'm being so for real right now. Draw me, like, a little map of what exactly they're talking about, because I literally cannot conceptualize it in my head. Just so you know. And I will say this. At the very beginning of this series, I said no math, no directions. Okay, no, like, left, right, up, down situation. So, just so you know. This is also why I have, my notes and stuff so that I can, like, draw it out. Do you recall the 10 million yen child, situation, Kaza?
階段？どんな話ですか？
午前2時の貴賓室にベアトリーチェの亡霊が現れるという話だ。なかなかおっかない話だったぞ。
初耳です。誰が言い出した話か知りませんけど、仮にも当主様の恩人を階段にしてしまうなんて。
I think it was Lion. I think Lion was the doll. If it's life size, I think Lion was the doll.
何か？
リオンは碑文はわかるか？
碑文？何の話です？
ベアトリーチェの肖像画のところにある例の碑文だ。
すみません。何のことかさっぱり。
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の
川。何ですか？
Yeah.
それは。
The fact that none of these people poisoned that old man after that revelation just shows me that all these people deserve to be in a house fire. Straight up. Me committing literal war crimes to right the wrongs of this entire Ushiromio family.
何の話です？
面白い違いだ。
Okay, yeah.
リオンはずっと六軒島で暮らしてきたな。
無論です。それが何か？
子供の頃、森には近づくなと脅されてたはずだ。
ええ。迷子になって危ないから。
Are we gonna see a situation? So in our most recent recollections, has Shannon ever been in the same room as Lion? Has that ever occurred? Because I could also see some weird bullshit where, like, that's just, like, never addressed. Like, yep, this is the second master of the house. Oh, also, can you send Shannon in to do our tea? And Lion's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. And then it takes, like, another 20 to 30 minutes for Shannon to arrive with the tea. Just last chapter. Right. Now, just a refresher, who's the person in this episode whose eyes we can trust? Yeah, but, like, sometimes this game lies to us, and I'm not very good at deciphering when they're lying. Because I can't remember who, like, the autistic one is every episode. Who's the autistic truth teller in episode 7? Like, which character's point of view? So that I can know. Willard? Okay. And I'm pretty sure he was there for that one. Alright, well, that's weird. No, you can't trust my eyes. They lie to us all the time. They lie to us. And here's the thing, for the most part, if someone lies to my face and they're like, no, I didn't do that, I'd be like, okay. And then when evidence is... No, okay. You have to put your thumbs in them. You have to put your thumbs on their eyes and make sure... Right? Somebody's cross-dressing and I just can't put my finger on exactly who. But, like, I feel like every single episode there's a cross-dresser, and I just haven't figured out who it is this episode. Like, I have an inkling, but at the same time, I'm like, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like, I'm, like, so close to getting it, but there's just, like, this gap of information that's, like, crucial that I'm missing. And it's gonna irritate the fuck out of me. Listen, just because I dress like a tomboy doesn't mean I'm a cross-dresser, okay? That's very reductive. Back in my day, that used to mean you had to actually wear a wig and commit to the bit. You couldn't just exist in a perpetual half-dress situation. I want very much to see Grandpa Kinzo's wolf collection very badly. God damn it. Alright, one second. It's gonna keep coming back to this, so hold on. Fucking find the picture of the How many seats are at this table? Nope, I don't want that. I want a table like this long. We're gonna make it brown. Okay. There's a big long table. How many... Oh, okay, thank you. Because I'm just like, I don't understand. I would like to understand. I'm trying. But it doesn't make sense in my brain. But if I could have, like, a picture of the table and where the seats are at, then I can put their stickers there and then be like, okay, this person is lying or whatever. But I can't visualize it. I can visualize a table, but just not the seating arrangements.
私には全然さっぱりですが。
The doll in the VIP room is creepy. Okay, well, this is how the table would be set up. Okay, 1 second. Stop. Umineko, please. Okay. So the top one, Kraus, Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Jessica, George, and then, so it just shifts up if the person's missing. Okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna take this. Copy. Then I'm gonna go into here. And add in a photo of this. Put that there. I would actually like to rotate this if I could. Okay. Guys, this is going to be so peak. So just so you guys aren't missing out on what I'm up to right now, I'm going to share this in the stream chat for your viewing pleasure. Or I guess I can't do that. So I'm going to go to Community Hangout. And then I'll click Share Screen. So that you guys can see what I'm up to. Okay. So... Enzo. Kraus. Ava. I don't have a picture of Lion, so if you could send me his head so that I can make him a sticker, I'll do that. Otherwise, I will use a placeholder of a picture of Runts. Because Runts is like a lion, yes? Rosa. Rudolph. Where's my fat kitty cat at? There he is. That'll serve as Lion. Whoop. George. Jessica. Do I have a picture of Ange? I don't think I have a picture of her either. I guess I'll just put him since she's not there. Oh, I guess, no, that'll just be Battler then, because I have a picture of him. Battler would go here. And Maria. There's a crap ton of people at this table. So many people at this table. And then Hideyoshi. He's allowed to sit at the table. He doesn't have to eat his little cakes from the floor like a dog. Okay. And then Natsuhi and Kai. Oh. Sorry, that's Tiramisu. I don't know what's wrong with me there. That's Hideyoshi. My bad, my bad. Where's our boy Hideyoshi? There he is. Okay. Natsui. Natsui, you're so far away from Eva. That's crazy. And then Kairi. Okay, so this is group 1. And then, for sake of simplicity, is there a way for me to just select multiple of these? Okay, so I think I can select all of these. So we don't have to live through that again. We'll do that. And then, so we did this one. Now it's Kinzo, Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, George, Battler, Maria, Natsui, Hideyoshi, Kairi. No, I don't want that. Alright, is this correct? Can you see? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's correct. Pretty sure that's correct. Okay. If you can't see, of course it's the worst screenshot known to man. Alright, 1 second. I have to use the buttons or it'll just be ridiculously terrible. Pretty sure. There we go. And just gonna pop that into, close that out. Put that in the stream chat. There you go. Now a little sticker version of this exists. Okay. That looks good? Nice.
ああ、大体な。
まさか当主様が殺したなどとおっしゃるつもりはないでしょうね。
Sounds
ベ
messed
レ
up.
ン・カステルを求めているのは金蔵と関わった2人のベアトリーチェじゃない。
Oh, I see. Ba, 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 ba. Ooh, okay, that might be it. Yeah, there's so many seats, you guys.
1986年のベアトリーチェを誰が殺したかだ。
Nice.
その
I'm glad we got the table stitch out of the way, though.
という意味がわかりません。魔女のベアトリーチェとは何の話なんです？さっき
Hold
の
on
話
one
とい
sec.
い、碑文とやらの話といい。
Hey. Fill out Discord. Okay.
そろそろ教えてくれませんか？
いいだろう。もったいぶる気もね。
You're not real, Leon.
魔女のベアトリーチェとは何のことです？
厳密には人ではない。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェという名の概念だ。
階段そのものだと。
さらに厳密には階段さえも概念を生み出す一要素に過ぎない。
話がさっぱりです。
Kirina, if you are making fun of my attention span, I will punish you. This is the perfect storm of the correct time in the month for me to just, like, be a bit of a bitch.
自分がベアトリーチェだと誰かが自称し始めた。
六軒島の悪霊伝説や子供を森に近づけないための作り話が、金蔵が繰り返すベアトリーチェの嘆きで修飾されて魔女伝説を醸成していった。その架空の魔女に憧れて会いたいと懇願したのが、
Yes, this is all information that we have, correct?
それに答えたやつがいる。
さっぱりな話ですが、腰を折らずに相槌を打ちましょう。答えたとはどういう意味です？
後宮マリアは気の毒な生い立ちによりオカルトに執着する
And became the perfect sleeper agent.
その彼女に同情したやつがベアトリーチェに扮してマリアと遊んでやったという。
Right, yeah, that tracks. I too sometimes visualize people as two different people based off of their behaviors and the information that comes to the forefront of my mind. Is Maria canonically autistic? I mean, she definitely has BPD for certain. Yes.
魔女の力で打ち破られると信じていた。だから魔女の存在を信じたかった。それを信じれば自分が幸せになれると信じられるから。
確かにマリアちゃんはローザおばさん一人が育ててますし、ローザおばさんの仕事で多忙。確かに
少し気の毒なことは思いますが。
心をないがしろにするんじゃねえ。だからマリアは信じるために信じた。ベアトリーチェが見せた手品まがいも心の底から信じたんだ。それは彼女の心を大いに。
Oh, we're reading a visual novel. You're probably in the vertical. You want to switch to the horizontal to be able to see it.
魔女に会いたいと願うマリアちゃんのために誰かが魔女ごっこに付き合ったと。
そうだ。
ではつまりベルンカステルの問うベアトリーチェを殺したのは誰かというのは、そのベアトリーチェを演じた心優しい誰かを殺したのは誰かという話なのですか？
似てて少し異なる。演じたんじゃない。異なる二人なんだ。マリアにとって黒い魔女と母は別人物であるように、マリアにとってベアトリーチェとそれを演じた人間も別人物になる。
つまり演じた役を殺してもそれは演じた心優しい。
What was it? Hold on, let me look through our notes just one more time.
ベアトリーチェが殺されたことにはならないって。
Beatrice. Okay, so now we know all 5 Beatrices. Okay. I can't believe there's 5. But where was the, Okay, when she played with Beatrice III, she was... Jump to that message. Trying to see what the information in red was. The first 2 Beatrices... Okay, so the first 2 Beatrices were named Beatrice. The third Beatrice is not named Beatrice, but adopts the moniker. I see. Okay. I'm like fairly certain we know every Beatrice. It's crazy to me that 5 people at one point had the same title. It's ridiculous. It's like English nobility type annoying. Like, what are these people? Fucking Targaryen? I mean...
電話を殺せば私と話すことはできなくなりますが、しかしそれは私を殺したことにはならない。
マリアは初期のベアトリーチェに自分に憑依してもいいと言った。それは明白に初期のベアトリーチェが肖像画の姿を模していなかったことを示す。
演じた魔女役と演じた人物は別人という考え方で。
For a decently long time in this, I figured my understanding of Maria meeting Beatrice is Maria is meeting someone in like kind of a crappy blonde wig and she's just rolling with it. Like she's like, oh yeah, this is just this person's persona or whatever. Like at no point was I like, oh yeah, she's absolutely meeting the witch in the painting. But I couldn't figure out who would be wearing this whack-ass blonde wig. But then I guess at the same time, it would be much easier to not have to switch fully into a different costume. Like, if you could just conduct yourself in a manner at which a child would believe you are this specific person. Like, maybe she believes that at times Beatrice is in disguise, and we're not being presented with Beatrice is in a disguise right now. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like you're possessed by Beatrice. Okay, so that does make more sense. But it doesn't, like, I didn't get, like, the vibe of, like, this person is possessed by Beatrice, because obviously it wouldn't, like, maybe I just missed, like, a little cue that was like, oh, Beatrice was not entirely like herself, or whatever. Yeah, she's imagining like the dress and the wig. But I truly believe that, like, for example, I think we're far enough in that this won't be a spoiler, because it's my theory. I fully believe that Shannon is wearing like she has like a wig that she like puts on when she talks to Maria as Beatrice. But it would be even more convenient if she didn't have to do that, because it does take like a decent amount of time to do that. And then if you get called away, you have to like take the wig off and like redo your hair. Like, it's kind of a pain in the ass. As someone who's like in the past worn wigs at times, like, you can't just be doing all that, you know? And it would be easier on Shannon specifically because she has short hair. Like, it'd be kind of easier to like sort of like fix her hair after putting on a wig. But if she doesn't have to put on a wig at all, then that makes it even easier for this to be like, it removes an obstacle for me mentally that she's able to do this. I see. Because, like, the servants know who these people are. The servants know the identity of all 5 Beatrices. Except Goda. Goda doesn't know the identity of all 5 Beatrices. So, for the most part, all of the servants know. So, you wouldn't need to wear the blonde wig around the servants. But, like, if George or Jessica were to run into Beatrice, you would need to be wearing a blonde wig and wearing the dress. So that would incorporate an element of difficulty into presenting yourself as Beatrice, which was a sticking point for me at times. Also, I think to a degree you would have to conceal yourself to Battler as well, unless there's a point at which it was made obvious to Battler who Beatrice was, and he just hasn't, like, we just haven't been notified of that, I guess, or I must have missed it. Well, of course. Well, he knows now, but I'm talking about, like, episode... Like, for example, if episode 1 Battler or episode 2 Battler came in contact with Beatrice, you know what I mean? Like, if he saw Beatrice, you would need to present with a blonde wig, you know? Like, you couldn't just be like, I'm Beatrice, and he'd be like, no, Beatrice looks like that, you know what I mean? I hate that.
Huh? 非常に単純な推理だ。お前の存在する世界にだけ魔女ベアトリーチェが存在しない。
意味がわかりません。
マリアもジェシカも魔女ベアトリーチェとの話を聞かせてくれた。しかし彼女らの親族会議における食堂の席順にはお前が含まれていない。
私が含まれていない。
マリアはローザと共に六軒島を訪れた。そして隣の席にはローザがいた。
Right.
お前がいるならば、ローザの次の序列はリオン。
And then Rose, and then
ジェシカに。
yeah,
次がマリア。
yeah, Maria wouldn't be sitting next to her mom if. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Once again, being able to visually see the table makes that so much easier for me to conceptualize.
ジェシカの話も同じだ。お前が序列に加わっているなら。
I should have drawn the table then, but I was embarrassed to admit I couldn't see it.
そして差列にジョージ、ウレツにエンジとジェシカとエンジはリオンがいてもいなくても隣り合う。しかしリオンがいるかいないかでその席が右になるか左になるかが異なる。1986年の魔女ベアトリーチェを語る人間はみんなお前のいない世界を語っている。 そしてお前の世界では魔女の階段が存在しない。お前にとってベアトリーチェは金蔵の愛人もしくは恩人であって化けて出る亡霊ではない。
当主様はベアトリーチェと深い愛情を育まれたのでしょう。どうして化けて出て階段になるのかさっぱりわかりません。
そういうことだ。お前が存在すると魔女ベアトリーチェが存在しない。お前の存在はベアトリーチェを殺してる。
私がベアトリーチェ殺しの犯人だと？これはおかしな話になったものです。会ったことはおろか話もよくわからないのに犯人だなんて。
裏を返せお前が存在しなければベアトリーチェが生まれるということだ。
裏を返せば私とベアトリーチェがコインの裏表とでもおっしゃるので？
いい例えだ。その通り。お前というコインの裏側が
You guys, stay on task. Crazy. There we go.
何のことやらさっぱりです。
俺もお前の存在がさっぱりだった。だがいろいろと話を聞いていくうちにお前の存在について一つの仮説が立った。それはお前が19歳だという点だ。
あなたに年齢を明かした覚えはなかったのですがご名答です。どうして？
ジェシカはお前のことを入学した時にはもう副会長でその翌年には生徒会長になったと言った。これはお前の年齢がジェシカより一つ上であることを示す。
なるほど。それで私が19歳だと何の仮説が立つというんです？
お前が後宮夏日の子ではないという仮説だ。
Yes, correct.
失敬な。
No, you're Beatrice's
何の
child.
気まぐれかは存じませんが私だけでなく母も侮辱する発言には撤回を求めねばなりません。
Yeah, I feel like very much this episode is just the hypothetical of what if Natsuhi wasn't a piece of shit that pushed someone off of a
私
well
が成人するから受
or
け継が
off
れる
of
の
a
です。
cliff.
私にも子が生まれたら成人した時にそれを譲るべきでしょう。
ならなぜ金蔵はクラウスが成人した際に当主を譲らなかった？
当主様の話を聞かれたでしょう。当主様は後宮家の老快な親族たちに振り回され辛い思いをされました。だからこれからの当主は若者が受け継ぐべきだと思い。
お前のいない世界では次期当主を証明する銀の指輪さえ存在しない。お前が指にしているその銀の指輪は金蔵がお前に当主を継承したいという他の世界にはない強い意志の証明だ。
確かにその点は否定できません。
Yeah, why would you use a silver ring when you have 10 pounds of...
私が幼い頃から成人したらすぐに
He has so much gold. Why would he mint anything in silver?
学業を怠るなと厳しく言われてきました。
Like, it'd be one thing if he was like, oh, the cost... Silver is so fucking cheap compared to gold, guys. It's also super easy to work with. It would be very easy to, like... Kinzo could, like, make a silver ring himself. There's already a gold ring. Yeah, but he can make another one. He can make, like, a daintier ring. Like, his could be gold, and you could make it, I mean... But silver is so cheap. You would do platinum, probably, instead. Like, when you've got 10 tons worth of gold, one, you could do, platinum, right? You would just, like, upgrade your original. Silver used to be cheap. It's still compared to gold, though. Compared to gold, it's like, you know, it's like, there's so many levels between silver and gold. Because it goes gold, like, pure gold, and then, like, carat, and then carat, and then, like, 16 carat, and then, like, silver, and then whatever. I can't remember the numbers, you guys. But you know what? Like, there's levels to it. I don't think you'd be doing anything in pure gold because it's too soft. It'd like scratch really easy. That's why people used to bite coins.
なぜ金蔵はクラウスよりお前に強く闘志を引き継がせたかったかわかるか?
Because he prefers the bloodline of his mistress to the...
心をないがしろにするんじゃないとおっしゃるので、当主様のお心から何が推理できるとおっしゃるんですか?
お前がベアトリーチェと金蔵の
Yeah, I mean, I figured. You don't get blonde hair out of a blonde and a brunette. You can, but not like that. Yeah.
ベルンカステルか?
案外早かったわ。もう少し思考を遊ばせてくれると思ったら。いつリオンが
I want to be praised for coming to this conclusion before they outright told us.
19歳という年齢に気づいた時だ。第5のゲームの時に登場したヒント。19年前の赤ん坊と
Even though it's like the very end of the game and it's basically spoon feeding us the answers, I'm like, I got it. No, Nanjo told you like earlier in the thing that he did some business.
裏を返せば夏日に拒絶されれば
Remember Tiramisu was like, yeah, I concealed a child or whatever, and it's like, we think he's meaning we concealed the child because it was incest, but he concealed the child because it's like, oh yeah, this child didn't die falling off of a cliff. So that's one of the only reasons that Tiramisu doesn't immediately get burned to death, because of his empathy towards this child, but at the same time, his condonement of the fact that his benefactor produced a child in such a fashion and didn't use any of his medical access to poison this monster is why he ultimately gets the death penalty, as far as I'm concerned.
そう言いつつも心当たりはあるみたいね。そうよ。後宮リオンは夏日の子じゃないの。
I mean, say it in red just to be safe, but
金蔵がどこかより連れてきた赤ん坊の
from somewhere, she says.
どこかじゃねえ。明白にベアトリーチェの血を引いている。その証拠があまたの世界でリオンにしか与えられない銀の指輪だ。
この指輪があると、どうして私がベアトリーチェの血を引くと？
あまたの世界でお前にしか与えられない。それはすべての世界の中で金蔵にとってお前はベアトリーチェの次に最も重要な人間であることを示している。そしてそれは
Anytime Kenzo and Beatrice are in the same sentence, it's deeply unsettling now. Hate that.
そしてさらにお前の年齢である。
And did you see the pictures
19年前に何があったかを
we
遡
found?
れば導き出される一つの推理がある。
Of Runts being held fully against his will. He looks so upset. I love him so much, and he does not care for my affection.
19年前、私が生まれた時に何があったと言うんですか？
あなたも聞いたはずよ。それも今日。
Yikes.
ウィルと一緒にね。
Where she like wants to die? Yeah, no, I get it.
ローザおばさんの話だと言うのですか？
そうだ。第3のゲームでローザの話が出て
Guys, if you're gonna come to the chat, at the very least, make sense.
一つの推理が生まれた。あの金蔵がどこからともなく赤ん坊を連れてきて自分の血族、その赤ん坊が特別な存在であることの証拠だ。
私はクワドリアンのベアトリーチェの子供。
ク クアドリアンのベアトリーチェは潜水艦で来たベアトリーチェの娘だ。しかし金蔵は娘と思わなかった。生き写しの生まれ変わりと信じた。その生まれ変わりがかつての年齢にまで成長し、まさに
Which would, I mean, I don't think Italian people and Japanese people could possibly produce a clone of an Italian person. Maybe, potentially, I guess, but I feel like she would have looked different enough that he would have absolutely known that he was doing something horrific. Yikes. Yeah, I really hate this for us, guys. Not a big fan.
これが金蔵の心から考える。金蔵がお前を
Crazy. Okay, one sec. We're gonna check the memes.
金蔵は過ちを悔い、お前を今度こそ子孫として後宮家に正しい形で迎え入れようとしたんだ。
I don't fully get this reference, but I think I do. Holy shit. Dark. That's a dark one. Wow. Horrific. Once again, horrifying memes, gentlemen. I know this is an unethical question, but I am curious. Hypothetically, how many times would this have to occur for the child to be 100% Kinzo? Like, from a cloning standpoint. Now, once again, I'm not condoning this. I'm just saying from a mathematical standpoint. How many times would that have to happen for the child to essentially have 100% genetic match? Yeah, I mean, I'm no mathematician, but that's definitely a cursed formula. Thank you. How dare you introduce math into this? Right? Listen, here's the thing. I don't necessarily think she's a good mother for agreeing to secretly raise an incest baby. I think the very specific scenario where we can call Natsuhi a good mom is if she raises the child and also, upon learning the parentage of this child, poisons her father-in-law. You're telling me you wouldn't be curious? You take a child to check up, you don't know. You can't, like, threaten Tiramisu with violence to be like, hey, you know something, tell me where this baby's from. And then when he tells you, you don't just maybe plan to murder your father-in-law about it. I feel like any scenario where she raises the child but then doesn't murder her father-in-law is not W parent material. You know what I mean? Well, listen, if you murder your father-in-law, the ranking system doesn't matter anymore, and I feel like that would be one of those jury nullification trials where you're like, he made an incest baby and then had me raise this child. I'm not letting this child live in a timeline where it knows like the horrors of its birth. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, I have to kill the only remaining person that could ruin this child's psyche. You know what I mean? I'll take this secret to my grave, but like that guy's gotta go. You know what I mean? That's a W parent moment. And see, I wouldn't tell Kraus. I feel like Kraus would not know this information. Kraus would just be like, Kraus, I believe the way this scenario would go is Kraus comes back from his business trip and she's like, hey, guess what? I was pregnant this whole time. Here's our child. I wanted to surprise you. And then like, that's how that goes. And then they very quickly conceive Jessica after the fact because she's around babies. So it like jumpstarts her. Why am I like having difficulty forming that sentence? That's crazy. Jumpstarts her hormonal cycle. Jeez, that was crazy. And then, you know, once she realizes the like chaotic nature of that child's birth, she's like, I have to kill my father-in-law. Tell no one about it, obviously. Because if you explain to people why you did it or you get caught, you just have to take that to your grave. You know what I mean? You just have to be like, whoops, sorry, went a little schizophrenic crazy. So that that child gets to live like a normal life, obviously. Oh, hello. We are a pretty decent amount of horrifying revelations into Umineko episode 7. This thing is getting so dark. Wow, the fact that Kenzo's been allowed to live 19 years after he commits a horrendous crime is the most shocking to me. Oof. It's interesting in a horrifying, shocking way. Like, it's like, I would say, upwards of Game of Thrones levels of, debaucherous horror. And it has elements of body horror in it, just to let you know. I so very much hate Schrodinger's cat. Like, it's one of my least favorite analogies. I hate it so much. Schrodinger and Kenzo both being tortured in 4K. Yeah. I really don't like ethical dilemmas that involve torture. It's one of my least favorite references. Yeah, if you're gonna read Umineko, now knowing what I know about this series, for certain look up like trigger warnings for this in the beginning. I'm usually not a big fan of trigger warnings, but like, this is crazy bananas. Although the trigger warnings would be low-key kind of spoilers. Yeah.
その子に見せたら。
こいつに触れろ。異なる世界でのお前の運命が見える。
Why would you do
触
that?
れない方が幸せだ。
Yeah, you're not gonna want to do that. Yeah, don't do that. Why would you do that?
予感しているだろうが、ろくな話じゃない。
それでも
Yikes.
それは異なる世界とはいえ私のことなのです。
お前には知る権利も知らぬ権利もどちらもある。お前があくまで自分とつら
Ignorance is bliss. Don't touch it.
他人のことと割り切れるなら触れてみるといい。
知りたいわよね。自分が
She's such a shit starter.
た
Burn Castle is, I don't know. I think she's probably one of my least favorites, actually. I was prepared for Lamb Delta to be my least favorite, but
相棒としてなら見ろという。しかし友人としてなら見るな。
that's the third tragedy.
残念。
One sec. Of course it scrolls me all the way back up to the top. Alright, one sec. Let me scroll all the way down. Tale of Three Super annoying. Okay. Third tragedy, culmination of everything, a birth. The birth of a haunted life that would eventually claim... yeah. I figured. There we go.
私は友人ではありませんので。
Oh, yeah.
相棒として一つ聞きたい。
何です？
お前
Hold on, approximately how far are we into this?
唐突なことを聞きますね。
We're in chapter 8 of 7.
男と思えば線の細い男にも見える。しかし女と思えば気丈に振る舞う女にも見える。ベルンカステルも分かっててごまかしてる。ジェシカにはお前を兄とも姉とも呼ばせず、次期当主様の抽象的な呼び方をさせ続けていた。
本当に勘のいい男。
よく性別を聞かれます。だから悔しくてこう言い返してます。どっちに見えますか？
God. Please, no, I beg of you.
お前は男ということになっている。しかしあまたのゲームでは女だと考えられている。後ろ宮バトラがマスターを務めた第6のゲームでは性別を違えつつも確定しない2人組の悪魔が登場し、それを暗示した。いや、厳密には一番最初のゲームだ。お前の性別はゲームの外側の隠れた謎の一つだ。
素直に答えるのも悔しいのでお答えはしないことにします。私はあなたの相棒でしょ。気に入らない性別だったら何か不都合なことでもあるのですか？
その通りだ。俺には相棒の性別などどうでもいい。
ありがとう。容姿にコンプレックスがあったのであなたの言葉が嬉しいです。
俺は男女平等主義だ。
I'm not.
使えねえ奴は平等に殴る。
私もマナーのない方は男女平等につねりますので。
Boo.
こいつには全てを知る資格があったというわけだ。
あなたの相棒にぴったりの駒だったでしょ。
推理を続ける。死んだ猫の話はした。
そうね。次は生きた猫の話だわ。
1986年の
The phrases, I'm gonna have to make a list of the phrases in Umineko that piss me off. I feel like that'll be its own video. It'll just be like the craziest jump cut ever. Like for certain intellectual rapists, Catbox, lots of those are gonna be in it because I'm like, hate it. I bet you they're intentional and they're not just like poorly translated. That's even more irritating.
動機だ。ベアトリーチェが1986年10月5日に自らの運命さえとすゲームのよう
We're definitely making an Umineko pros and cons list.
動機だ。
さすがだわ。第4のゲームの時点でフーダニットとホワイダニットが推理できてたなんて。じゃあハウダニットは？
犯人が誰であるか分かればそれを推理することは不可能じゃない。第3のゲームの連鎖密室はなかなか器用にやったもんだと拍手さえしたくなる。
第4のゲームラストの私は誰は分かった？
10月5日24時に必ず場所を問わずに殺せる犯人。その時点である種の過程は可能だ。それこそ黄金鏡のもう一つのお宝ってわけだ。
へえ。第4のゲームまでに、すなわちあなたはベアとの
As it appears, Kyrian will be joining you in the brig while I decide whether or not I enjoy Umineko at the end of this series. You may both serve out your temporary prison time as I deliberate on whether or not this has been a crime. That's you two's closed room.
Kitaか。
呼んだの？
ああ。フーダニット、ハウダニット、そしてホワイダニット。こいつの動機を理解した。
あんた、動機が分かられただけでもう降参しちゃうの？具体的な証拠はないんでしょ？赤とか青とかでガンガンと派手に応酬すればいいのに。
こいつはもうそんなことは望んでない。俺はお前の動機を、心を理解したつもりでいる。それをこれから話す。お前を呼んだのは、それを聞き、間違いがあったら、お前の言葉で正してほしいからだ。お前の4つのゲームで、お前のメッセージを受け取り、そして、マスターの違う3つのゲームで、俺はお前を、どんな不思議な運命がもてあそんだか想像し、言葉を失った。お前はそれを誰にも明かさずに全てのゲームで死ぬ。これはベアトリーチェの葬儀だ。お前が告解し、神なるマスターが聞き、俺が許す。その役目はバトラがふさわしいが、奴は間に合わなかった。だから俺で諦めろ。
あれだけベアとはヒントを出したのにね。 ラムダもバカバトラのためにあれだけのヒントを与えたわ。それに対するバトラ自身の懺悔のようなゲームも笑えた。でも私は何も笑わせないわ。ただ淡々とあんたの葬儀を執り行うだけよ。
お前は喋るな。話しているのは俺だ。いいなら始めよう。誰もせかさない。お前の葬儀が終わるまでベルンカステルは永遠に時間を閉ざしてる。心の整理に必要な時間は無限にある。
Oh, cool.
こいつ
Not gonna drag this process out.
犯人だ。
Of course, it's gonna hide it till the very, very end, which fair enough. Oh, this is a new one.
聞け。我こそは我にして我らなり。我が語るは我らの物語。されどここは
Yay, more characters, you guys.
ガラスとコルクに封ぜられし小さな世界。それは誰の目にも触れることなく、我が物語のすべてを封じて、我が心の海をたゆたいて、海の木図と消えてゆく。
ここはどこなの？そして私は誰なの？
ならば聞こう。どこがいい？誰がいい？
私を優しく包んでくれる場所ならばどこだっていいわ。優しくしてくれるなら自分が誰だっていいわ。
そうさ、僕たちには。
私たちには。
どこで誰かなんて。
This feels like the end of the chapter, but I know that it's not.
そう。我らにとってそれはとても
The
とても
pacing on this is so crazy. Okay.
その日を迎えるまで。なぜに我らは
Are we about to figure out who pushed Tommy into the honey?
それは突然にして唐突なる運命の選考。
それは僕が望んだ運命じゃない。
でも踊らせたわ。自分の胸を。
新しい運命は僕をどこへ誘うのか。
どこへだって構わないわ。
そこが僕たちに、私たちにとって
Yeah, but we've got like
優しい場所でさえ。
by okay, so what I mean by that is by the end of this stream, we'll have at least one more episode, no? Before we finish this? Yes?
神の救いの知らせと新しき運命にてもてあそぶ悪魔のゲームへのいざないなのか。我らには
Two more? Wow.
されど我らは信じたい。それが神の救いが差し伸べられたという福音の知らせであると信じたい。
でもどうしてそれが私に？私には信仰も何もない。
Okay.
ならこれは福音じゃない。悪魔の誘いさ。
されど我ら運命に逆らえるよしなし。ああ、我は我にして我らなり。
Mm.
願わくば新しき運命が我らを祝福せんこと。時は西暦1976年4月。春を語るにはあまりに寒き頃のこと。新しき異境は何ら変わることなく、朽ちた空気と隙間風が我らを苛むのである。第一章、新しき生活。
Do I have to click on this? Oh, okay. So this is before the painting.
当家のルールです。厳しいですが、当家でしつけられたことが皆さんの将来にきっと役立つものと信じています。はい、奥様。
And this is the orphanage. These are the orphans that they cycle into their domestic service. Which I'm not saying is like terrible, but definitely exploitative. Gosh, wow. She looks so familiar. God damn it, you guys. I figured to a degree, but at the same time, it like explicitly told us several times that these are the only specific, like not these people specifically that are on screen right now, but it specifically told us the only servants that occupied the island at the time. So like the fact that it's like, oh, big reveal, these were the servants at the end, it's like, so you just kind of gaslit us a little bit, which I'm not mad about, I guess, but at the same time, it's like, I highly doubt that these servants are involved in specifically killing these people, but unless it's like, oh, these are not people, they're furniture, like some annoying loophole like that. Is Shannon greed? They're not involved. Okay, I figured. So these are just like visual placeholders for the weapons, I see. No, she knows all about it. Okay, so Shannon getting raised in the mistress house in secret, because if Kinzo knew about it, he could potentially make more crimes. But it seems to me like it makes more sense for her to be raised in the orphanage so that he doesn't have access to her. That would be better for me. You know, like, Shannon is acknowledged as being the third Beatrice, but she's at an orphanage conveniently outside of the control of Kinzo, and he's unaware of what she looks like and stuff like that, so that she's safe and protected from what happened to her mother / sister, so that she's not exploited in the same manner. It shows that she's not exploited and abused in the same manner. And then she returns to gain access to this mansion as a servant to take them all down. And that's why she stays for so long, because she's like, I'm gonna get these rotten pieces of shit for what they've done to me.
彼女はしっかり者で人気者。我とは大違い。我は呆れるくらいにのろまで容量が悪くて、誰も友人になどなってはくれなかった。そんな我の
The math on that doesn't make any sense to me.
彼女がいつも励ましてくれたからだ。なら、ここでも彼女と一緒に頑張れ。
Don't be fooled. Can you explain the math to me? I don't understand the math. So the murders happened in 1986, correct? Okay. So, one second. Okay. Right, she should look Maria's age, which wouldn't make any sense. Once again, I feel like I brought up the fact that, like, you wouldn't have a 9-year-old in a position of service. Like, at best, they'd be, like, maybe 12, I guess, at the youngest. Didn't we look that up yesterday about how servants, like, historically were, like, at minimum a certain age, like, preteens, before they, like, went into domestic service? And even then, they have to be, like, job shadowed because they're a child, right? But mostly that would probably be because they're, like, the current lady maid's child that she can, that they're now not annoying enough to, like, bring to work with them would probably be how that would go down. Because at a certain age, like, you don't want your maid getting distracted by her children. You know, you want her to still be doing her job. But, I mean, at a certain point, she should be, like, job training her children to take over her service when she's too old to work. So that would make sense. Right.
仲良くなれるかな。私、学校は怖いよ。緊張するよ。
福音の家での生活に慣れていた我にとっては、規則ゆるき学校など気楽なもの。しかし、慣れるまでは全てが新しく。そして
I like this character model of an adult woman. Just saying, we could have more of those. Oh, the kitties are being so cute.
寮でのお部屋も一緒だね。
ええ、福音の家から毎年何人かの使用人が入れ替わりでやってきていました。
あれに関しては親父殿が先方と決めて勝手にやっていたことだからね。私たちには何も口出しできなかったよ。
身寄りのない子供たちを当家が厳しくしつけ、そして社会へ羽ばたいていくのを応援するのが
No, please, no more of them. Please, it's episode 7. Surely there can't be more of them. Guys, please tell me there's not more of them.
多かった印象です。
上昇志向が強かったと言いたい。身寄りのない気の毒な子たちだ。
Kieran, I should demote you for rage baiting me like that.
自分の人生を必ず掴み取ってやろうという気概にあふれていたよ。
みんな学校生活と使用人生活を両立してたの？
それは大変だね。ほとんど働きやしない。
学校に通いながら働く子など、あの子以前には前例もありませんでした。
正直最初の挨拶の時に驚いたよ。明らかに幼かった。他の子たちは16歳から18歳くらいなのだが、その子だけは
Yep, that
10
tracks.
歳は幼く見えた。
福音の家から来る若すぎる使用人は、あくまでも社会勉強として当家に訪れているのであって、そもそも使用人
Better have just been for experience on the job.
そうだな。やはり大人の年季の入った使用人たちに比べると、どうしても頼りないものだ。
それが未就学の子を受け入れるなんて、家事はおろか、社会勉強どころか義務教育もまだではありませんか。お父様にどんなお考えがあったのか存じませんが、明らかにおかしいと思いました。
親父殿には申し上げたさ。せめて中学を出るまでは福音の家で学ばせるべきではないかとね。
そうしたら金蔵はなんて？
決まってるさ。こう答える。おー、ベアトリーチェ
Hate it. Hate that.
当時はもうすっかりオカルトかぶれの書斎ごもりさ。余計なことを言えば、我が思考の
At this point in the story, I'm so disgusted that nobody killed this man sooner.
なることは絶対ですから。しかし、あの子についてだけは腑に落ちませんでした。
福音の家にも問い合わせたさ。そしたら源氏さん、
Everybody's just like, ha ha ha, Grandpa's so eccentric. I'm like, you guys are all complicit. This is horrific.
親方様に聞いたらベアトリーチェという。
真実は誰にもわからないのね。
島に子供はジェシカしかいない。使用人たちはよく娘と遊んでくれたようだが、やはり娘は年の近い友人を望んでいたよ。学校だけでなく、家で
Come on, Jessica, go play with your aunt. I mean the servant.
ジェシカを不憫に思い、お父様が気を利かせたに違いないと私も思うには思いました。しかしそれなら私たちにも相談していただきたいとは思いませんか。娘の友人には誰がふさわしいかは私たちが決めるべきです。
おっかな
夏日は公演デビューが苦手そうだ。
源氏の配慮と見るべきだろうな。
でしょうね。源氏さんはその世界の私がおじい様の血を引くと知っていて、特別な配慮をして六軒島に呼び寄せたのでしょう。
体調はもう大丈夫なのか。
いろいろとショックが大きすぎただけです。もうめまいくらいしか。
この世界では次期当主。しかし世界が違えば使用人、いや魔女だったかもしれない。お前の難儀な運命だ。
全くです。知ったことを後悔はしませんが、今からでも忘れられるならそれを選びたいです。
Crazy.
面白いじゃない。使用人なのに実は当主の血を引く隠し子なんて、まるで童話のようにロマンティックな話よ。
ロマンティック。
Burn Castle, you're getting closer and closer to the epicenter of this burning mansion.
夏日にとってこの世界のリオンは育てろと押し付けられた気に入らない赤ん坊に過ぎない。そしてそれを拒絶した世界でもある。夏日にとっては自分の腹を痛めたジェシカの方が何百倍も可愛いわ。自分の 血の入らぬ赤ん坊なんて汚らわしくて生温かい汚物の皮袋と同じよ。
言葉を選べ。俺でもケツをつねるぞ。
Hate that.
ビル。だいたい話は見えます。だからこそ。
This author needs to be in prison, you guys.
この年になるまでこんなにも公平に
Maybe not maximum security, but definitely where their sunlight access is restricted.
動物というのはね、自分の血が入らない子供には
That's
いつも
true.
残酷なのよ。
Very difficult to graft animals onto
ライオン
others.
とかもそうでしょ。
Lions, very famous for savaging their young, also. Just so you
こ
guys
の世
know.
界のリオンは正しい血統を持つ後ろ宮家の人間だ。なんとか六軒島で生活させてやりたかった。しかしいきなり連れてきてこの子がそうですというわけにはいかなかったわけだ。
でしょうね。島で生活させてなじませ、木を見て打ち明けるつもりだったのでしょうか。
しかしこの世界のリオンは特別扱いを受けていたわけではないな。現に銀の指輪は存在しない。
おじい様のお耳には入れなかったということでしょうか。
源氏にとっての打ち明けるべきタイミングがとうとう訪れなかったということかもしれね
いつの日にか愛しきベアトリーチェの血を引きし忘れがたみが生きていることを源氏は伝えたかったのであろう。
He better
し
not
かし
tell
それを伝
Kenzo.
えるのは容易なことではなかった。
どうして容易じゃないんだろう。
バカね。夏日が知ったら大変よ。
ああ、そうか。リオンが突然現れたらジェシカが次期当主じゃなくなっちゃう。
それは知れば知るほどに容易ならざる物語。我の生まれを祝福する者もいれば祝福せざる者もいる。源氏はそれを明かす日を静かに待つしかないのである。
それは源氏の胸だけに秘められた物語。
リオンも金蔵も夏日もクラウスもジェシカも誰もみんな知らない物語。
かくしてこの奇妙な物語は1976年よりゆっくりと幕を開けるのである。ああ、我こそは我にして我らなり。なぜに運命は核に我らを捨ておいて自由気まま身勝手に進むのか。しかしいつもそばにいて同じ待遇であるべきと思っている福音の家の使用人たちは違う。彼らは明らかに自分たちとは違う我の扱いに日々の小さな不満を蓄積させていったのだった。
ソーチお疲れ。今日はどうだった？今日奥様の機嫌最悪。マジで窓枠なぞられた。ただっち掃除遅いって絞られてた。マジどうしろと。
Yeah, I think that's fair. I like the idea of having a different name when you're at your job. So, for example, I don't know if this happens to you guys, but like people always be asking me the weirdest questions when I'm at my job, and I'm like, listen, I have to be nice to you because I'm at my job, but I mean, get me on the right day and you're gonna have a bad time. Because why are people asking me, like, where I live and, like, how I drive home? Like, these are questions that I've never asked a person at their job before, and yet people are, like, so casually, like, invasive with questions regarding, like, personal information and or safety that I'm just like, how is it everybody's first day on Earth? Because, like, I imagine if I, like, I don't know. I imagine that if I was more obviously carrying a weapon, I would get so much fewer of these questions. But it would be super cool to have, like, a fake name at your job, which is probably why I like stripping so much, because you have a stage name, and, like, it's pretty universally understood. There's still the one-off person that comes in there and they're like, I want to know your government name. And I'm like, well, that's retarded. Do you work for the IRS? Because otherwise, who gives a shit? It's just like a moniker to assess who you're speaking to. The fact that you're, like, so honed in on the specifics of this makes you fucking weird. You know what I mean? Like, as though the name that your parents and the government assign to you has any value unless you assign value to it. There are some people living their lives named Willard. You know what I mean? Like, you think he picked that name? No, of course not. If he could pick a name, he would probably pick something way cooler. But, like, unfortunately, he's shackled to this whack-ass name. So the idea that you hold power over someone because you know a name that they didn't, like, they weren't involved in the conception of is stupid. But, oh, always hating on that. It's a whack name. I like the character hate the name. Yeah, that's fine. As long as you get to pick your name, you know what I mean? I think if you get to pick your name, that's fine, but the idea of being like, I hold power over this person because I know their name is, like, you know, Shannon or what, is stupid. You know what I mean? People get, like, the weirdest power complexes about things. I just don't understand it. Like, I know so many people with multiple names, and it's like, well, obviously I'm just going to call them the name they prefer to be called. And in a situation where they would prefer to be called a different name, I'd be like, yeah, sure, like, whatever. But if someone's, like, delusional, I'm not going to, like, subsidize their delusions. But at the same time, if someone's like, hey, I'd prefer to be called this name, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So, listen, at one point, I worked at a place with, like, 6 Britneys. You know how fucking annoying that is? And I'm like, listen, choose whatever name you want to be called. I'll call you that. But please, dear God, pick something other than Brittany. Like, and here's the thing. You guys can all Rochambeau for who wants to be, like, Brittany 1. But, like, maybe you take a thing that you like you're hiking Brittany, like you're, you know, like how Barbies are denoted, where it's like, this is Dr. Barbie, and this is Lawyer Barbie, and this is Veterinarian Barbie. Like, don't make me have to remember, like, 6 different Britneys, please. Because when I'm telling a story, or when I'm trying to denote labor or task, I need to be able to tell, like, who I'm speaking about, or who, like, and a lot of times you end up just being like, oh, this is Brittany M, or this is Brittany Q. And it's like, that's so fucking stupid. Like, why don't we just learn something about someone? Or better yet, they can be like, oh, I want to be called by my middle name. My middle name's Nicole. And I'd be like, hell yeah, cool. Sounds great. I was worried those streams would be a bit short. Kaza, are you making fun of me right now? Because once again, I would like to remind you that this is about the time where I am more categorically a bitch. So, tread lightly. This happened in a village before last names. So they were like, I'm James, son of John. You can call me Johnson. Yeah, I liked that. I like, or you're the baker, so your last name's Baker. So cool. You know what I mean? I tried explaining this to a lot of strippers because it's like, if it sounds like I'm making fun of you, you're probably mistaken. See, I would take that at face value if you didn't have an emoji at the end of it, Kaza. I'm genuinely glad the next 2 streams will be super properly sized. Oh, okay, cool. Excellent. But yeah, I think people should be able to pick their names because, like I said, a lot of people. That's one of the themes in my book. Actually, is what would medieval strippers' last name be? I don't know, of the night, probably. Kyrian, how dare you? How many chickens do I have? I have, as I actually counted them yesterday, I have 22 and a half. I have 22 and a half chickens at this moment, presently. And if you want to see pictures of them, they're in the Discord in the outside, because we just got 2 new additions, which I'm very, very pumped about. We have a little cocoa bean and a little yellow peep. Very excited about that. And potentially in 2 more weeks, we could have more if all goes splendidly, which I very much hope it does. How many eggs do you get a day? I get about a dozen a day, but my chickens are very naughty, and they think that I need to do a retro rave Easter egg hunt every day. So I could be getting up to, let's see, like 18-ish eggs a day, potentially more depending on how delighted they are. Like when my husband goes out and feeds them cat food, the next day they lay more eggs than they would traditionally. They're like, ah, yes, the food bringer has brought us cat food. We must praise him with eggs, which you wouldn't think actually happens, but has happened to him on multiple occasions. So, not unlike the cats, the chickens, to a degree, prefer my husband to me, except for one of my roosters. One of my roosters just hates his guts. He is so certain that my husband is there to steal his hens that anytime he's around, he gets very territorial, and he refuses to, like, lose contact of where my husband's at. He's like, you're here to steal my hens. And I'm like, Oren, calm down. He's not here to steal your hens. He's here to, like, move something heavy for me. Just chill, little bird. Genuine question. Do you eat your chickens or just get their eggs? 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I would prefer to not eat my chickens just because I think, realistically, chicken at the store is so much easier. It's so much easier. It's like less of a hassle. Parsing them out is really difficult, especially because of their size. And like in the fall, if I have too many roosters from like hatching eggs and stuff like that, I do like an exchange with one of my Mexican neighbors, and we make a bunch of soup. Which we really enjoy. It ends up being like right around like Thanksgiving Eve, but like, you know, kind of like fall time, which is pretty awesome. Dude, some of these people just cannot act right, like ridiculously so. Unbelievable. But I would prefer to just have laying hens, you know what I mean? So when my hens no longer lay eggs, they're still very useful to me because they can help me rear chicks. They're still pretty maternal when they get older, and they're really good rototillers. Like I haven't had to till my field since I got them, which is pretty awesome. They're really good at pest control, and they're just kind of fun. You know, they're fun to watch, and they don't really eat all that much. So I mean, every year I get pretty close to breaking even on their overall cost, so it's like, yeah, you know, it ends up being kind of a wash for me. Yeah, one of the only things they can't eat are potatoes and beans, though, which I thought was pretty interesting. Also, dairy. They don't have the proper stomach enzymes to metabolize that. Well, yes, obviously, Kaza. If you don't get by now why Kumasawa would be nicer to Yasuda, then you haven't been paying attention. I have been paying attention despite what Kaza would lead you to believe. Hey, look! It's Yasuda! Right there! Well, no, obviously not.
神様のおぼし飯だとしか言えないよね。うん。あなたを立派な人間に育てるための試練だと思うの。
I need to pop my hip.
あなたは選ばれた特別な
Hey,
人だも
it's
の。
just fine to manifest, do you know what I mean?
特別だよ。だって他はみんな大きい人ばかりなのに、幼い中からあなただけが特別に選ばれた。
Yes, thank you.
あなたはみんなよりとうも幼いけれど、ということはみんなと同じ年になるまでここで頑張ったなら、新しく来る人たちよりずっと仕事のできる人になっているということだよ。源氏様にも認められて、あなたは新しく福音の家から来る人たちに仕事を教えてあげるリーダーの役になるの。そしてきっとみんなに尊敬されるわ。
Listen, sometimes you just gotta be your own hype crew, you know what I mean? Especially when you're sad, you got a bad childhood, you're like, man, aren't I so great? Aren't I the best? Don't I do the best things? Sometimes you gotta dissociate as a child abuse, and, you know, I get it. I get it. Sometimes you just hallucinate a little sibling for yourself, you know what I mean? Listen. Don't touch on a childhood wound of mine, Kaza. Listen. Gosh, gee, I wish someone could take me away from all this. Oh, wait. I could. Wait, that's a famous saying? That sounds so deeply narcissistic. I'm very much vibing with it. Hey, Genji, you piece of shit. You better fucking explain yourself right now or you're locked in this house fire with everybody else. Genji, you better have a real good explanation for this shit. Don't you fucking lie to me, Genji.
生きているか死んでいるか、そのような判断は私にはできかねました。
それを判断したのは誰？
Obviously the doctor.
どうなの？南條先生？
I thought they were just gonna pan to an empty part of the room and then trick us into believing that these were the same people. I'm genuinely so gaslit by this game. It wouldn't have shocked me. Genji, don't absolve yourself. God damn it, Genji.
事故の時、すぐに源氏さんから連絡が入り、秘密裏に診察するように念を押されました。
Except he's not a pediatric doctor, so it's like...
クアドリアンのベアトリーチェさんも、そしてその子供である赤ん坊も、戸籍のない。
Oh, I forgot you could just do that in countries.
公になれば、いろいろとまずいこともあるでしょうな。
I forgot they're literally illegal immigrants in the storyline. That's crazy. I wonder what Japanese policy on that would be. Especially in the 1980s. Just a thought.
夏日は目して語らない。簡単な工作さ。で
も、その赤ん坊は生きてたのね。
さようです。無論、大怪我でしたとも。あれだけの怪我をして生きながらえたのは奇跡でした。もう少し何かの角度が違えば、あるいはもう少し源氏さんが運び込んでくるのが遅かったら、あらゆる奇跡が集まって、その赤ん坊は生きながらえていたのです。
What are these miracles?
私は諦めていました。まさか生きているはずがないと思ったのです。
でも生きていた。
Oh my god, it gets worse, doesn't it?
生命のなんと力強きこと。
It's worse, doesn't it?
これは運命だわ。
運命。生き延びて、やがては何かをなせという運命。
はい、私はこれを何かの運命だと思いました。六軒島で生涯を終えられたクワドリアンのベアトリーチェ様の血がこの子に何かを託し、
No.
させたに違いないと。
Please.
そう思ったのです。
There can't possibly be more.
しかし源氏は
Oh no, not medical malpractice too.
主人の金蔵には伝えなかった。不幸な事故で転落し死亡したと短く伝えた。金蔵は嘆き悲しんだが、その嘆きは悲しみよりも狂気に彩られたものだった。
おお、ベアトリーチェよ。なぜに再び我が元より逃げ
The fact that no one killed this crazy old man. Agreed, yeah. Because, like, imagine the absolute crime. Imagine the absolute horror if he's like, oh, the child survived. This would be an even more horrific story. Like, this old man can't possibly keep getting away with this type of story.
その胸中についても詳しかった。彼女が金蔵の寵愛を一身に受け、父として敬愛していたことも。しかし、それは金蔵のそれとは異なった。
Right? Like, the one and only saving grace of these servants, and yet they did not kill their master. All the access in the world to have completed this, no problem, and yet. After the first inkling that your master is abusing a woman in the second location on the island, you don't just, like, slip him a convenient Mickey and, like, He's a crazy alcoholic. You could, it's the 1980s, you could so have gotten away with murdering this monster. No one would have stopped you. Like, this man would have served life in prison, surely, if that had been the case. And so, like, what could possibly be the difference? Other than saving the state so much time and resources to just solve this problem internally. You feel me? Like, certainly, hold on. 1 second. I'm starting to think I understand why there's not a single wood chipper on this island. One sec. Right? In 1984, a wood chipper was invented. So, like, it would have taken a while to solve this problem, you guys. But if just one person on this island had said, hey, the surrounding vegetation is too overgrown. We need to budget for a wood chipper. They could have solved this so very quickly. I mean, listen, obviously this is a bit of a bit that I'm doing right now, but like and I won't go into how many different ways they could have solved this problem, because I feel like the point on that is moot. But the point is there are so many ways they could have solved this problem. and they chose not to. Whether out of fear or out of guilt for their participation in these events, it matters not to me. At this point, they're all so very guilty. So gross. I don't like how they phrase that.
金蔵様とて彼女が生まれた時から亡きベアトリーチェ様の
He wasn't always a monster, guys. Shut up, Genji. The moment you saw your oldest friend committing this atrocity, you should have snapped his neck. At that point, too, he would have been old enough that you could have. Thought he was just joking. He has his daughter sequestered off in a secret mansion that he often visits without any... The times where incompetence and evil are indistinguishable, truly. It's fine. It's fine. We can do this. No, he wouldn't have disappeared. Listen, the amount of super rich people that just fall off of ladders because they did too much cocaine and stuff like that happens all the time. You know what I mean? Super rich people tend to do high-risk activities, like going to space or driving sports cars. You know what I mean? Ingesting enough alcohol to kill a small horse. So it's like, once again, I'm just saying, Genji had the opportunity to literally just give him an excessive amount of absinthe. Like, take some of the absinthe on the stove, distill it into a syrup or something like that, give him, like, a heroic dose of absinthe or something, right? Ocean Gate, perfect example, you know what I mean? Just convince Kenzo to go back on that. Beatrice is in the submarine filled with chlorine gas, and you're just like, yeah, he's so obsessed. He'd lost in mind. He took a bunch of absinthe and insisted at gunpoint I take him to the submarine he met his first wife on. It's full of chlorine gas. We told him not to do it, but, like, he's my boss. I can't stop him. It's 1986. You could get away with this. You could... I'm pretty sure in the 70s, they made a whole film about being around a bunch of, like, dangerous, like, big cats, like lions and tigers and stuff. And people got mauled, but they were like, well, they said it would be fine, so we just shot a film with a bunch of lions around, like, actors. You know what I mean? Like, they could have just imported a bunch of wolves and, like, put them in his study or something. Like, do some wacky shit, you know what I mean? The wackier, the better. Because no one would have possibly conceived that anybody but a rich lunatic would have wanted that. He asked us to purchase him a tiger. I don't know what to tell you. He's crazy and rich. Gross. Shut up, Tiramisu. I don't care. Oh, well, you should have sedated him. I don't know what to tell you. How dare you besmirch crazy rich Asians. Yeah, Tiramisu, unfortunately, also needs to die. The people... Tiramisu trying to retcon why it wasn't that big of a deal. Unbelievable. To think this man that prizes so very much little cakes in his pocket would need to be killed so horrifically. Once again, probably top 10 greatest betrayals. You know what I mean? How come all my favorites have ended up being horrific and terrible monsters? That should be studied, by the way. Whoa, Next, you guys are gonna tell me that Sukuna's the bad guy in Jujutsu Kaisen? Come on, you guys. Come on. Please. He's just a ripped, tatted baddie, alright? He couldn't possibly be the greatest villain of all time.
悲劇を犯した金蔵がその罪を悔い、後ろ宮家に正しい形で迎え入れた存在ということだ。
そういうことよ。他のかけらの話をするとお尻を詰められそうだけど、リオンが迎え入れられながら
And this author really likes to shoehorn in a bunch of weird shit for no reason. Not a single line of wasted dialogue, I hear screamed from the background.
痛くありません、そんなもの。人の人生のあらゆる場所に最悪の可能性や妄想を勝手に混ぜ込んで、その運命を嘲笑うのがあなたの仕事なんですか？
残念なことに。
Surely Rudolph's biggest crime is just being a serial cheater, right? Surely that's his greatest crime. Please. Please tell me that's his greatest crime. I need a win. Trying to deny his crazy boss access to his illegitimate, incestuous daughter. And yet still employed her in a house where he would have access to her. Again, surely Rudolph's greatest crime is just being a serial cheater, right? You better not. Tyrion, you better not. I can't trust either of you.
確かにこの世界の私は1976年に小学校入学になってる。その年には自分はもう4年生になってるはずです。
病弱だったことが理由にならないのは、源氏はおそらく入念に生まれ年もごまかそうとしたんだ。19年前の赤ん坊のことを金蔵だけでなく夏日だって簡単には忘れないはず。そこにその年に生まれた不審な幼い使用人が入ってきたら、夏日の女の勘はピンときたはずだ。いずれにせよ、この世界のお前は年を3つ少なく教えられているはずだ。
ご名答。この世界のリオンは生まれつき年を3つごまかされてる。虚弱で小柄、発育不良だったしね。案外ごまかせたみたいだな。
Some might say a femboy belt kid. Yeah, I mean, it does make George less of a criminal, but at the same time, he doesn't know that. He thinks she's 16. So he also, unfortunately, gets burned alive. This is like those stings where it's like an actual adult woman that's just like cavorting as a child to catch a predator, and that's why I made that Chris Hansen meme about Henry.
もしも真に親子の愛情があるならば、金蔵はこの子に亡き母と娘の面影を見るだろう。そして誰に明かされずとも親子の絆を取り戻せるに違いない。そう思った。あるいは
Stupid. Why would you ever put that child in proximity to something like that? Like, if you wanted to, like, give them an inheritance or something like that, you know, just, listen, Kenzo's a crazy lunatic. Just divert funds to this child, like, indirectly. Do you need to, like, have this kid work at a bookstore that sells occult books and then just give them too much money? You know what I mean? Like, does he need to put this very vulnerable, very traumatized child within proximity to this monster? Like, this seems like such a horrendous oversight. They're so incompetent, it's crazy. It's fine. It's fine. I'm finding it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why would you ever bring them back to this island? That's just so crazy to me.
第2章初めての友人
Yeah, but at the very least, they could not be near this place. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if a woman has been assaulted and the result of that assault leads to a child, I think it's perfectly reasonable for that child to have a closed adoption and get to live in a reality where they don't know how they were conceived. You know what I mean? I think that's perfectly acceptable for both parties to not have to live with that trauma. I think that's a perfectly reasonable solution to those things. And ideally, in those circumstances, the perpetrators of those crimes die horribly. Yes? Yeah, Genji and Nanjo, loving their master slash friend more than they have empathy for this child and that girl is why they have to die horrifically in a house fire. Or choking to death on poisonous herbs in a manner most foul.
あんたちびぼうきどうしたの？窓枠掃除用に使ってなかったっけ？しっかりしなさいよ。
Madness.
あんたに任せたでしょ？何やってんのよ、どんくさい。ほら、急いで探しておいで。奥様に見つかる前に。
Give him to me.
急いで急いで。
Why can't I hold Rance?
どうした？
I know that.
ヤスがちびぼうきまたどこかでなくしてきたのよ。こいつ物をなくす天才。だからヤスに物を持たすなといつも言っている。そいつはそそっかしいからいつも物をなくす。一生懸命やってるんだからそんなこと言っちゃいけません。ほら、急いで探してらっしゃい。待ってるから。
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Kumasawa が語りしは漁師たちの間に語り継がれし古き古き物語。かつて六軒島は悪食島と呼ばれ、人の魂を喰らう恐ろしい悪霊が住んでいたと伝える物語。
ねえ熊沢、僕たちにも聞かせてよ。
恐ろしい恐ろしい六軒島の悪霊の物語よ。
いいですともいいですとも。六軒島はかつては小豆島という名でした。
But here's the crazy part. He tells Henry that her name is Sayo. But I'm pretty sure that's a lie. Oh no, wait. Oh, so it's just like an anagram, I guess. Whoops, missed that the first time. Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
そんな恐ろしい悪霊がこの島にいるんでございますよ。
それは熊沢の好む定番の会。
Kumasawa, you like pretending to be a witch so much. What if we burned you at the stake for being entirely too compliant about this horrific situation? Giggling about mackerel when she knows about a heinous crime that's been committed not once but twice.
寂しい六軒島では誰もが神妙に耳を傾けるのだった。あの海岸の社は悪霊を封じ込めるためだったのね。
親方様も薄気味悪いオカルト趣味をお持ちだし、
お屋敷も薄気味悪くて何かが潜んでそう
そうですとも。旅の修験者がようやく抑え込むのが精一杯。かろうじて封じ込められてはいますが、今も夜な夜な犠牲者を求めて夜の屋敷を徘徊しているのですよ。
親方様の書斎見た？
見たわ。まるで悪魔の実験室だわ。
親方様は悪魔の研究をしているって噂だよ。
死んだ愛人ベアトリーチェを蘇らせる研究だって言ってたわ。
その魔法の実験の生贄に子供たちを呼び寄せてるんじゃないかって。
キャー怖い。親方様に一人で書斎に来いって言われたらどうしよう。
なんかね、昔書斎に行ったまま帰ってこない子がいたらしいよ。
きっと亡霊のベアトリーチェの新しい肉体にする実験の犠牲になったんだわ。
That better not be what I think it is. And they continue to not murder this old man.
亡霊となってさまよっておられるのです。2階の貴賓室はベアトリーチェ様の住みか。お部屋を掃除するときはくれぐれも霊を失することはあってはなりませんよ。さもないと
思春期の想像力たくましき少年少女たちにとって怪談は恐ろしいながらも魅力的なおとぎ話であった。一つの物語を共有し共感することで連帯感が生まれる。すると共感は義務となり、それを受け入れることが共同体に加わる通過儀礼のようになる。ずっと昔からそれは繰り返され受け継がれてきたのだ。
ええ、私も六軒島でお勤めをするようになってすぐにその話を熊沢さんや先輩方に聞かされました。
僕も聞かされたよ。主に姉さんにね。
私も聞かされましたとも。主に熊沢さんでした。
臆病そうなシャノンはともかく、男の子のカノンや大の大人のゴーダまで怪談を信じたの？
僕は別に信じてたわけでは。
怪談やジンクスなどはどこの職場にもあるものです。私がかつて勤めておりましたホテルにもいくつもそういう話がありましたとも。
つまりバカバカしい話だと思って気にしなかった？
空気を読むってとこはあったかもしれない。
ですね。怪談もジンクスもその職場のローカルルールです。それに新参者が背けば打ち解けることはできませんからね。
そういうこと。魔女なんているものか。バカバカしいなんて言うと姉さんと喧嘩になるからね。
Yeah, like, don't deny the existence of her mom. That'd be pretty traumatic.
そんな気持ちじゃバチが当たるよ。大怪我をした人もいたらしいんだから。
そんな感じでどこの職場でもそういう話はあるものです。職場の怪談と会社創業者のとんでも武勇伝はどんなに突拍子がなくても受け入れて信じる。それが新しい職場に溶け込むということですとも。
Yeah, these people need to exist for them to not have to live in their trauma, you know what I mean? If Beatrice doesn't exist, then that's just a horrific crime that's occurred. And if canon doesn't exist, well, then you can't, you know, decompress from the other nonsense that's going on here, I would imagine. But also, if Beatrice exists, it also makes Shannon and or Canon impossible for dating the people that they're dating, because that too would be a crime, unbeknownst to at least one of them. I mean, at this point, their family crest should be a cheetah instead of an eagle. Yeah, this is just her dissociating. Yeah, I mean, she'd probably be insane. Oh my god, this is one of those, the only person that can possibly hate you is yourself. The literal epitome of self-sabotage. Just having a little disassociation situation in the chapel, no biggie. Just a teensy mental breakdown as a treat. Yes, give your hallucination form. That's the best way to combat your burgeoning schizophrenia. Form the illness within your mind. See past the veil and into the other realm. That's definitely a healthy way to deal with it. Yes, give your delusion form.
お前は面白い存在ではないか。やす。面白いやつだ。吹けば飛ぶような儚い存在であったわらわを捕らえて離さぬとはな。気に入ったぞ、やす。
So this is the Beatrice that Beatrice sees. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, definitely not Gap.
そなたは少しどころか他の人間たちとはまるで違うらしい。わらわの貧弱なる魔力を尽くし人間どもの隙に介入するが、
It makes sense that a witch would be the personification of maybe something positive, and that a demon would be the personification of something negative. So, like, this is a schizophrenic hallucination, so it would make sense that that would be the demon version. Whereas, if you perceive something, like, more positive happening, or, I guess, I don't know, maybe that's the distinction here. There's definitely some correlation between the differences between witches and demons, but yeah, like the different personalities, you know what I mean? Like a more complicit personality would be like a nice witch, and then the more chaotic and evil versions of the personality would be the demons. That makes sense. This is kind of like once you get the outer edges of a puzzle together, you're like, oh yeah, sure, this is where this goes. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, this is a malevolent presence that overtakes you.
日が陰り月が満ちてきた。わらわもそなたの前にいつまでも姿を現すのは疲れる。今日はこれにてお開きとしようではないか。ほうき一本でそなたとたっぷり遊べた。嫌だ。これはそなたとの出会いの記念にわらわが頂戴するぞ。文句はないな。わらわは人間の言うことなど聞きはせぬ。しかし友人の言うことには耳を傾けぬでもない。
Yes, relax your control, give in to the hallucinations. Surely that can't lead to anything bad.
それが魅力的な取引とでも思ったか。わらわに取引を持ちかけたくば神秘の魔法陣の一つも描いてみせよと言いたいところだが、そなたの申し出は考える余地があるだろう。そなたを我が友人として迎えて良いものか預からせてもらおうぞ。何しろ魔女は天の弱。答えを求められたら即答を拒むのが魔女というものよ。このほうきそなたとの友情の架け橋となるや否かしばらく預からせてもらいそれを迷う悦を楽しませてもらおうぞ。それではさらばだ。そなたとの遊戯退屈はしなかったぞ。ぜひまた遊ぼうぞ。猫はネズミをいたぶるとき友情を育んでからいたぶるというのか
この島に来て初めてできた友人はどうやら人間ではないようだ。
Spooky.
しかし思い返せばそれは当然。魔女の島でできる友人がどうして魔女でなかろうか。これが我とベアトリーチェの初めての出会いである。しかしながら勘のいい諸君はお気づきのようにこれは本当のベアトリーチェとの出会いではない。
Yeah, she got locked in the chapel and then lost her mind and had a hallucination. That makes sense.
しかし、人ならざるものであることに違いはない。そして、人ならざるものに縁を持つこと。
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a ton about schizophrenia, but it makes sense that it would manifest during times of extreme stress.
これより六軒島で数奇なる運命をたどることになるとは知る由もなかったのである。
Okay, that's where we're gonna leave off for today. I feel like that's a pretty good one. We learned so much on this, you guys. Okay, so we're gonna save here. Number 2. Then we are gonna go to our title screen. And if you guys feel like this episode is super short, don't worry. The one on, is it this week? One sec. The one on Friday will be super duper long. So, just so you guys know, that one could be extra super long because I plan on starting it much earlier. We might need to take a break in the middle. We might need to take an intermission, but I wouldn't be surprised if we went a little bit over. We'll probably end the same time, but we might start a bit earlier. So oh, I forgot to click the picture box. 1 second, you guys. So just keep in mind that on Friday we'll probably be starting earlier. So pay attention to the announcements. As long as there's no huge time blocks. What would you constitute a huge time block? Because once again, Kaza, keep in mind that I don't know how time works. So if we started at like 7 or 8, and then still ended at around like 2-ish. Oh, I see. I don't think we'll have any of that, but who knows? You know what I mean? Oh, we didn't get a single new one this time, did we? Not one single new one. What are these secrets? Listen, I can never account for the app. Did you see the Megan Fox one? That's an 1.5-hour reaction. It's 5 hours. Sometimes I just hit a flow state of yap, and unfortunately, I can't predict that. We do our best, and that's also why we have a, I can't believe we don't have a single new thing. Wow, that's really, really shocking. I guess this one is maybe the one we'll end on. No, you know what? I've changed my mind. It's going to be this one. That's going to be the back out version. Okay, so once again, I think we will be doing a bonus stream Thursday. So today is Monday, right? Wednesday, I probably have a bunch of prep to do, just like always. So then Thursday, we'll do a bonus stream. I don't know when. So just, you know, that is what it is. I'll do my best. It'll probably be earlier than usual, but we'll see. Then Friday, once again, I am trying to plan on starting a little bit earlier, like 7 or 8 o'clock. Something like that. Maybe we'll do like a little short bonus of like just hanging out before then, but I promise I won't start like so crazy early because I know you guys have gotten accustomed to this time. Even though I'm sure some of you would prefer I have a different time, it is what it is. I don't want to change the stream schedule too drastically if I can't maintain that schedule. You know what I mean? Just for the sake of like conformity of the time slot. And then Saturday, because we're doing a bonus on Thursday, I don't think I'm going to do a bonus on Saturday. And then potentially Monday we will start episode 8, but we'll see how that goes. And that'll be the final episode, you guys. That'll be the final episode of Umineko. And then, just because I'm feeling generous on the time schedule, on we might do a bonus on the 21st, potentially, because we won't be doing a stream on Friday, I'm pretty sure, because I have to go to... Oh, wait. Nope. I think I've mixed up my days. Sorry. Sorry, you guys. Okay, so never mind. Next week is totally normal. It's the week after that there will be no stream, but I'm pretty sure time-wise, no. Okay, so on the 30th for certain, I will be out of town. So on the 29th, put that in your calendars, no stream. There will be no stream on the 29th. And on the 30th, we will do, we'll read some of the manga. That's what we'll do in recompense. Just because it would be impossible for me to move this setup to where I'm going. And then maybe we'll have like a few like IRL like vlog situations. But I will be putting these as events in the Discord just so you guys can plan for them, because I try not to you know, shake this around too much. But as far as I know, those are all of the announcements. I think I'm going to do a real quick cut of the outside stuff that I did today and pop that onto the outside channel. It's a real shame that we can't do VODs on that one yet, but I'm going to work on getting that fixed here in the next couple of months or so. So hopefully we can upload VODs there by Christmas. Just in time for it to be not outside season, right? Anyway, that is our show. I am very pleased that our audio situation appears to have resolved itself, but I feel like that's just going to be a constant thing, unfortunately. So sorry about that, you guys. One of these days, the tech stuff will be way more minimal, but unfortunately today is not that day. Anyway, that is our show, and I will see you guys on the next one.